Good morning and welcome to the ADA D Lite virtual training. It's 9 o'clock, so we're going to get started. My name's Corinne Tucker. I'm with the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization. I just want to give a few housekeeping updates. On the right, you will see a chat. You can see there I have put in menti.com with the code. They'll be doing some polling using that website. You can also go to the handouts tab where you will be able to download this presentation. We ask that if you have any questions, you leave them in either the chat or the Q&A feature, and all questions will be answered at the end. And if there isn't enough time, the answers will be provided to all attendees. And with that, I will introduce your presenters today. We have Brad Bradley from the Florida Department of Transportation. We have Kristen Larson with the Florida LTAP Center, Urel Lopez with the Puerto Rico Highway Transportation Authority, and Carrie Shepard with the Federal Highway Administration.
A very good morning to everybody. We're really very glad that you're here today for this beta test of the ADA Design Lite course. Please don't worry if you're not a designer. This course is intended for planners and designers and elected officials and anybody that wants to know more about their responsibilities under the Americans with Disabilities Act. We've got what we think is a nice presentation for you today, but we really need you to provide feedback, because we don't know how this is going to play. Largely, these trainings are at least 2 days, and sometimes they're 3 days. So when we tried to develop the course, we developed it with a full day in mind, and we were going to test a day and a half as well, but trying to get it down. And then Corinne threw a huge wrench into it by saying, hey, we want it, but we want it done virtually. So that threw us into about a 3-month rewrite to try and get it into a 4-hour window, but still give you the information that you need. So thank you for joining us. We're very happy to have you. Now, when I say provide feedback, I mean be brutal, but don't be too brutal, because I have very thin skin, and I will weep if it's too bad. But do feel that that you can provide suggestions, and Brad and Urel and Kristen and I will all pay attention to that and see if we can't sharpen it and make a better presentation for you. So this course came about because of some constructive criticism that we were receiving from the field, both in Puerto Rico and in Florida. And the main feedback we got from Puerto Rico was, one, the training was far too long. And the local agencies, the public works folks of the local agencies and their consultants simply couldn't take 2 and 3 days off to go to San Juan and take this training. The second thing we heard from Puerto Rico was that the English language presented a barrier to some of the local agencies and the staff. Not that they weren't competent in English, but that the level of technicality in the ADA was off-putting, and they might not attend it because of that barrier. So those were the two criticisms we got from Puerto Rico. From Florida, the criticism was that ADA training constantly talks either about ADAG, the 2010 standards for accessible design, or PRHTA, the public rights, the public right-of-way guidelines, neither of which apply really in Florida because we've got other authorities in place. So we were told that, why are you training? Why are you training for something that we simply do not have to follow, or that we don't follow here in Florida? And then the second, and I think the most brutal criticism, was that Federal Highway was doing a disservice to our MPOs and our local agencies when we talked about designing, planning, constructing to minimum standards, when those minimum standards aren't even permitted in Florida. So we took that back and decided to come up with this course. We were going to shorten the course, and we were going to stop making constant references to PRHTA and ADAG and really talk about what is required in Puerto Rico once we're in Puerto Rico, and what's required in Florida when we're talking in Florida. And that's how it came about. Just quickly to introduce myself, I'm Kerry Shepard. I'm the Civil Rights Officer for the Florida Division for Federal Highway. I also cover right now Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. A lot of you may know me if you work for an MPO. I'm part of the certification teams. If you work for a local agency, I'm often on the teams that certify you to do business with FDOT. And Brad, if you'd tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, hi. Thanks, Kerry. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brad Bradley. I am the State ADA Coordinator in the Office of Design for the Florida DOT. And the State ADA Coordinator is actually part of my duties. My full title includes Project Management Support Engineer for Production Support Office in the Office of Design. So I have a lot of responsibilities, just as Kerry does. He's ADA, I think, is just one of 8 programs that he manages, and ADA is just one of 3 that I manage for the department. But we're looking forward to presenting this information today, and we hope that you find it helpful and useful. And of course, we make, as Kerry was just saying, we make lots of references to the Florida specific design criteria and standard plans. So hopefully you'll find that very useful. And I guess I can turn it over to Urel.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for being with us today. I'm so honored to be here and being invited to this presentation. I'm the ADA and Title VI coordinator in the PRHTA in Puerto Rico. And I work with Kerry Shepard to make the programs better and make everyone understand what we are thinking about these programs and how we are going to get better with these programs.
Thanks, Sherelle. And then finally, if we could get Kristen, certainly not last, but certainly not least, from our LTAP Center. Kristen.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Kristen Larson. I'm with the Florida LTAP Center. I'm the Training and Technical Assistance Coordinator over there. For those of you who may not be familiar, LTAP stands for Local Technical Assistance Program. So our job is to assist the locals throughout the state of Florida. The LTAPs are actually joint funded by FHWA and FDOT. There's one in all 50 states. There's one in Puerto Rico as well. So, really like to encourage you to go to our website, floridaltap.org. And we are, here to assist you in terms of training needs or technical assistance.
Thanks so much, Kristen. This is our team, and I will say just a quick nod to LTAP. They have made these presentations far more convenient for us. If you need assistance, they're your best friend. Please pick up the phone or email and ask for technical information or ask for suggestions on how to get information you went out to your stakeholders. We've already got a question from Jenny Sykes in the chat pod, and Jenny says, "Isn't PROAG still considered best practice in Florida?" Jenny, hang on to that because I think we're going to answer that more than once today. But it's a very good question, and it's one certainly that Jenny, you can tell Jenny didn't just fall off the turnip truck. She's been in these trainings before, and she knows what to ask. But we're gonna cover that.
All right, so we are going to be using a tool today called Menti.com, and we're going to use this throughout the presentation. So I'd like for you all to take a moment now and go to Menti.com. It's MENTI, and we've got that stickied in the chat right now. The code for today is 6769265. So you can go to this on your phone. You can open up another web browser on your computer because it's really going to be an interactive session today. We want to get your feedback on some photos, do some poll questions. And so I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So just to kind of start things off here, we had a poll question in the system that if you've logged in already, you probably have seen this. So we just, asked what you're drinking today. So just kind of a fun question to get us started before we get into kind of the meat of the presentation today. So I see a number of you are participating, so that's really good. So let's go to the first question here that we have, Carrie, which is going to be This one here is we want to know, in what area of transportation do you work? So your choices here are engineering, planning, legal, public official, or general public.
Right. So if you just take a minute, if you haven't already gone to Manatee.com and entered the code, which you'll find in the chat box, please do so. And we can get a sense of what you do, where you're coming from. Look at that. Wow.
Carrie, this is my kind of audience.
Yeah, I might as well go home.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, 2% legal. You do have some.
And I think that's me and Urel.
Yeah.
Terrific.
And one of them is Yomari.
and a third lawyer, yeah, Yomari.
Yeah.
But happy to have all of you here.
Yes.
Just give it another minute just to get a sense, but I think we've got an overwhelming engineering audience, and then a significant planning audience, and then everyone else maybe lower, and that's perfectly okay. We're happy to have you.
Carrie, this seems like the start of a bad joke. Have you heard the one about 2 lawyers, a planner, and an engineer?
Yeah, 2 lawyers, a planner, and then 350 engineers.
So I have a request in chat just to repeat the code verbally. So let me do that now.
Sure.
It's 6769265. So if you do forget it, you'll notice it's at the top there on your screen whenever we go over to the poll, and if you also open up the public chat, we have it at the top there.
You'll enjoy today more through Menti. We've found.
All right. So we want to know, in a few words or less, name a disability.
Y'all don't put a lot of thought into this. Just what comes to, whether you're going to put in a definition or an actual physical or mental condition, throw something in there and let us see what you think when you hear the word disability. Vision, excellent.
Mm-hmm. Carrie, notice the word problem is in blue.
Now
Vision,
a pink.
Oh, now it's
pink.
ADHD, interesting. Wheelchair bound, that's an interesting way. I've heard wheelchair bound too, as though they're bound, not free to do what you want to do because you're in a wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing impaired, more wheelchairs.
Walking, mental illness, mobility impairment, hearing impairment.
Someone put accommodation. That is something that comes up a lot when we talk about Title I and some of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Excellent.
Transportation.
paralyzed.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Cognitive, mental, visual, ADHD. I saw it. Oh.
Yeah, I would say these responses indicate a little bit more sophistication on the part of our audience than maybe in a more general population. But yes, all of these things either are or could be disabilities within the meaning of the law. And I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the slides, Kristen, if that's okay. I think we've seen what folks are thinking. There we go. All right, so you are looking now at the ADA's definition of what a disability is. It's a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. The CDC estimates that 1 in 4 Americans currently has a disability. The highest percentages of those reporting a disability live in the deep south of the United States. Beginning at 65, 2 out of every 5 Americans will experience a disability within that definition. And then 80% of us, just by living an ordinary span of life or an average span of life, will experience a disability. Those are very high numbers, and I think that some of us are already dealing with this either in our own of ourselves, or maybe we've got traditional or early baby boomer parents that are retiring, and we're starting to see how even if we don't have a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits our major life activities, we may have loved ones that do. So what are you going to walk away with here when you leave here this afternoon? And over the next few hours, we think that you're going to be able to identify the authorities for Florida and for Puerto Rico. Less for Puerto Rico because we're not there. We're here in Florida. So we're going to hear mostly about the authorities that pertain to you as a professional here in Florida. We want you to be able to walk away understanding what a public agency's responsibilities are for construction and alteration, for new construction and alteration of facilities. What are some common challenges in the public rights-of-way faced by those with disabilities? We're going to look at the elements necessary for achieving accessibility in Florida and Puerto Rico. And then finally, we're going to look at some things as to what constitutes compliance and what falls short. And I will tell you something about Brad and me. We don't sweat the small stuff. So the things that you'll see in the pictures today are very common, things we see every day. And the pictures that we're employing in today's presentation are entirely from Florida and or Puerto Rico. So before we get started, I want to show a brief video. For those of you who are immediately going to run to the kitchen because you don't want to see another DOJ video that's from 1992, let me say that this is not that. This actually comes, one of the videos from It's Our Story project. Very interesting consortium and a group of individuals who put this together. There are a number of videos and resources for learning more about the history of disability in this country and how the government has responded, but also emerging issues and technologies, all of that stuff. So I encourage you to visit the website when you've got time. But we're just going to play a fairly short video just to get us all on the same page and talk a little bit about who our clients are.
It's Our Story.
Ed started his presentation by saying, a nice little old man came up to me and said, "Son, I'd rather be dead than be like you." Ed said, "What's the proper response to that?" And I said, "Well, the correct response would be
An age of exclusion.
There was no right to ride on a plane, to enter a restaurant or a store.
You may be told you have to leave because people don't want to watch someone drool.
We were living under substandard conditions.
Not going to school, sitting on the ward all day, not being talked to by anyone.
It is a civil right to be independent in America.
The number one precept of independent living had to be that we had to teach ourselves how to fight.
All of a sudden, meeting Ed confirmed that things can change.
You had to be politically active, and I think a lot of us came to that conclusion very quickly.
We have demonstrators in wheelchairs.
Ed used to say all the time, use your anger, use your anger, use your anger.
Once the nursing home caught wind of our ideas of independence, things began to get ugly.
You become more disabled in jail.
Disability, if you allow it, it can be powerful.
Beyond charity.
We love you all. You are our inspiration.
People will want to hand you $1, sometimes hand you 25, hand back the dollar, but 25 maybe you think about.
Beyond pity.
And you realize that having a disability doesn't make you shrunken or less.
I didn't know that it was okay with me to fall in love with somebody who had a disability, but I knew it then.
When you're up against something that the world doesn't give a rat's ass about, suicide sometimes comes to mind.
As long as our government funds places that people would rather die than go, it's a great cost containment measure.
Free our people!
I get out of my wheelchair and I start climbing. National news, I had everybody, they say that it was the image of me was the final decision to get the ADA passed.
It's Our Story.
It's always a journey. It just always takes a lot longer than you think it should.
Free Our Voices. www.itsourstory.org.
So hopefully you were able to see that. I know there were one or two technical issues for some folks out there, but it's an impactful look at what for most people isn't choice. It's transportation by necessity and how you get from here to there, and you have no other way of doing it, and the barriers that stand in front of them. And I think it is very impactful. Millie, you're right, it is powerful. And Diana, my sound didn't work either. I had to read the closed captions, but a good video. Now, having said, yeah, go ahead, Brad.
I'm sorry. David is asking if the video is available, so I think we can include the link to that video in the question Q&A responses that we send out to the attendees.
We'll certainly do that. And then Dave, also, if you just go into your browser and type in "It's Our Story Project," it will bring up the website, and there are a lot of really, really terrific videos. And you could kind of choose, maybe if you want to do one in your office for a morning meeting, or if you're an MPO and you want to do an ADA training for your staff, you might try the "It's Our Story Project."
Carrie, I think that Corinne put the YouTube link of the video on the chat.
Terrific.
Okay.
But I encourage you to explore it, and it's a terrific resource, especially for folks like us who have to do a lot of presenting. It provides some up-to-date and useful tools. But I know we started out saying that we weren't going to batter you with the law, and I'm not. But I wanted to make sure that we all recognize how we got here. And I'm starting with the Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. The Architectural Barriers Act, of course, is older, but Section 504 is written the way we kind of write civil rights legislation these days. It applies to all services, programs, and activities of a federal aid recipient. So if you're a recipient, your program, services, and activities must be compliant and accessible to those with disabilities. And then we all know about Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's the granddaddy of all disability legislation. It applies to all programs, services, and activities, facilities of government entities, and it does not matter how those facilities are paid for. So if you're a local government and you're using local funds, you must still provide accessibility because it is the law. So one of the things that Federal Highway and FDOT ask recipients to do is that you choose an ADA design standard. And there's a reason for this. We want some consistency in what you've decided to, in what you use to comply with the law. So here are some things that you might have seen or chosen in the past. There's the Architectural Barriers Act, the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards, UFAS. I don't even know when they came up with those. The ADAG, which you've heard before, it's the ADA Accessibility Guidelines, mostly done for building facilities, and then we tried to apply it to sidewalks and pedestrian facilities because we had nothing else. And then there was the 2006 ADA Standards for Transportation Facilities, and that was a response by DOT and saying, well, ADAG isn't working for us. We need something for transportation. So those standards came up. We've got the regulations in transportation, 49 CFR Part 38. That deals with transportation vehicles. So it's a transit-related a group of standards. We have the standards for accessible design, which we call the 2010 standards. And those actually are what the 1991 ADAG became. And we've got the proposed public right-of-way accessibility guidelines, which Jenny mentioned earlier is considered a best practice in states that are still following the minimums. So these are all the things that our agencies were choosing from or may have had to choose from. And Florida kind of took this away. In Florida, we don't have these choices anymore. We've got very specific choices that are based on what you're doing. Now, and hopefully you'll keep this PDF for your reference, but this deals with LAP projects on various classes of roadways, whether there's facilities or not facilities, where they are, and what standards you have to follow, whether it be the FDOT design standards or whether you're following the Florida Green Book. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. You can certainly read it yourself, but in the LAP program, you're going to be following one of those. But you might be asking, what if I'm not in the LAP program? What if I'm just doing a local project with local money? Well, the majority of roadways are going to require here in Florida the use of FDOT's design standards or the Florida Green Book. Even in cases where municipalities or counties are permitted to use their own standards, the standards you use have to meet the minimum Green Book standards. And for planners, things like complete streets and bike ped plans and safe routes to school projects and other activities committing to compliance that say we are going to design and plan and construct and maintain this in compliance with the 2010 standards aren't compliant with what's expected here in Florida. And I think that goes back to Jenny's very early question, like, is PRHWA a best practice? It certainly is in most jurisdictions, but here in Florida, we meet or exceed PRHWA in almost every case. And mostly, whether it be the Green Book or the Florida standard or the FDOT standards, you're going to be looking at PRHWA or better. And we'll point out where we fall short of that. So why is it important for us to have a standard that we all know and that we're all going to follow? Well, we can stop focusing on legal compliance. We can stop trying to match facilities or plans or designs to particular authorities. And we're able to return to basic principles. And I think those basic principles and what we hope you'll walk away from today from this presentation is we're going to plan, we're going to design, construct, and maintain the pedestrian environment so that it's usable by everybody, that it enables users to travel independently, and that we integrate it at all stages of project planning, development, and delivery, and not as an afterthought. So, once again, I say we're not going to beat you down with the law, and then I beat you down with the law. But this is a very, very brief summary of what all agencies have to have. If you, it doesn't matter if you're an MPO, it doesn't matter if you're a local government, or if you're the state of Florida. Everybody has to have at least these ABCs. You've got to appoint an ADA coordinator. Here in Florida, most of our ADA coordinators at the MPO level are probably going to be non-discrimination officers that cover both Title VI and ADA, but that's not always the case. Sometimes MPOs have planners that do bike ped that also do the ADA, and then Title VI is done by another member of staff, maybe someone who does public involvement. Same for the local agencies. It may be one person, it may be 2 or 3 people, but there has to be someone named as the responsible charge for the Americans with Disabilities Act. All agencies have to broadly post and distribute an ADA policy statement and also complaint filing procedures. It's the first thing we look for when we do a review of your agencies is how accessible to the public are you? If I have a problem with a pedestrian right-of-way or with any problem, how am I supposed to access the system? So we do that through broad posting and distribution. One thing that all agencies have to do is to conduct a self-evaluation of program services, activities, and facilities. And a lot of us think, well, you know, I don't own or operate the roadway, therefore I don't have to do a self-evaluation. But you still have programs or services. So if you're an MPO, you've got to make sure that you have considered accessibility in your long-range plan, in your transportation improvement program, in your UPWP. So those are your programs and your products, and you're looking to make sure you've evaluated them to ensure the needs of the communities with disabilities are included. And once that self-evaluation is done, you're expected to develop a transition plan. Again, when we talk about transition plans, we're very often talking about facilities, pedestrian facilities where maybe they're not compliant, but we have a plan for making them compliant. And we expect that, that agencies are going to have one of these. But think about it if you are an agency that doesn't own or operate roadways. Why would it be any different for you? You want to take a look at your programs and the services that you provide and determine where it's weak, where you may not be providing accessibility, and then come up with a plan, however brief, in order to provide that accessibility. Some of you may remember this year we got a number of complaints from a group that was stating that websites around the state were not ADA compliant. Well, there was some concern that these agencies had to snap their fingers and suddenly their websites would be compliant. And the law doesn't require that. The law requires a plan for getting there. And the plan should be reasonable, but it needs to be driven by the agency, not by the complainant. So you want to make sure that you're taking into account your needs, but also your resources and a timeline, and coming up with how you're going to provide accessibility in all your program services and activities.
And Carrie, it would now be a good time to mention the fact that that we've seen a lot of agencies and other places. They tend to take their entire website offering offline when threatened with the possibility of legal action.
Yes, we have had that happen. We've had it happen in several cases.
And I made the point some months ago that just because your sidewalk network might have one or two non-compliant ramps, we don't shut down the entire network because of those two ramps. But we, according to the ADA, we established a schedule for mitigating that problem and upgrading those ramps to the appropriate criteria. So same thing with the websites. We would not recommend that you shut down the entire website because of accessibility issues, but definitely, like Carrie just said, that you have a plan for making the entire website accessible.
Absolutely. That's a really good point, Brad. And I think it's something that we can all take back to our various agencies. If you're a planning agency and your major project is the long range transportation plan, and you remove it because that LRTP is not compliant, you've removed it from everybody, not just people who need special assistance with accessibility. So have that plan in place, but I hate every time I do this, you don't kill the baby in the bath, or
don't throw the baby out with bathwater.
Yeah, I need to come up with a different one because I can never remember what I'm supposed to say. Jenny asked a question about Florida Green Book, and she asked whether the Green Book exceeds all PRHTA standards. It does not, Jenny. There are areas where the Green Book is silent on things that maybe PRHTA does, but it is still what we've adopted here in Florida as our way of complying, and therefore the expectation is that our agencies are going to follow it. For those of you who have very specific Green Book questions, if you don't know Mary Ann Coos, she is or at least she's my principal partner for Green Book and accessibility with Green Book, and she is a wealth of knowledge. She also has a number of training programs that are exceptional. If your agency needs more help with the Green Book, I urge you to give Mary Ann a call and see if she can't help you with your questions. But Jenny, as the day goes on, you'll see some of the areas where we don't exceed PRHTA standards. For example, protruding objects. Brad and I are unable to find information on protruding objects on the federal side, it's 4 inches, but we were unable to find anything in the FDOT design standards or the Green Book that speaks specifically to protruding objects. So that's one example. But again, another good question, Jenny. For those of you who are struggling, or for those of you consultants who work for agencies that are struggling with transition planning, perhaps they're under a Project Civic Action from Department of Justice, or they've had complaints, or they just want better, safer facilities, but they don't know what's out there, we do have a tool in the public domain that agencies can use. It's called the Safe, Accessible Pedestrian Facilities Inventory Model. Rolls right off your tongue. We call it SAPFIM. If you're looking at the picture on the screen, you'll see a guy with a red halo around him. That's Dr. Fabian Ceballos of Florida International University. He was the developer. And the rest of the team standing there are people from around the country and here in Florida that helped come up with SAPFIM. SAPFIM is a geospatial tool that helps you assess, map, and program for work facilities that for whatever reason are not accessible or they're not safe. It deals with lighting and it deals with pavement conditions, detectable warnings, whether ramps are there or not there, the condition that they're in. And then based on the important services that are around using the mapping, they prioritize it so it can be rolled into a work program. Better yet, all of these things then can be posted directly to a website to get the public involvement that you need. We're not going to spend a lot of time on SAPFM today, but it is something that you can research by going to the website, or you can just search Google for SAPFM and it should pop right up for you, and you'll get to see how you can use it. I believe the test module is still up. SAPFM is free. However, licensing isn't always free, and hosting data isn't always free. And so you should expect that agencies that use this will have some sort of cost, whether it just be internal, indirect costs, or whether there'll be an actual licensing or hosting fee. These are some of the reports that SAPFM generates, but there are also things that we include in our self-evaluation and transition plans. Curb ramps, sidewalks, parking lots is a big deal for Puerto Rico because Puerto Rico Highway Transportation Authority owns a lot of facilities with parking lots. Pedestrian signals, bus stops, shared use paths and trails, and then also parks and recreation facilities. Those things are included in the various compliance reports for SAPFM. But there are also things that you should consider when you're developing a transition plan. Transition planning can be really, really tough. And folks have, it's one of the most common questions we get. How do we afford it? How do we do it? Wouldn't we rather put the money into facilities rather than planning for those facilities? Well, it is, and I think that's why transition plans are for the agency. They were never meant simply to comply with the ADA. They're supposed to be a useful tool for the agency in order to eventually get to 100% or substantial compliance. So as you approach transition planning, or as the agency you work for approaches it, consider the budget and resources that you have. The internal resources, could this be something that you might have interns or community groups do with you or for you? Do you actually operate the facilities in question? That's a big one for the MPOs. Most of our MPOs, especially the independents and the independent leanings, don't own facilities. How can they help with transition plan when they don't own or operate the facility? What standards that you're using to comply with the ADA? What are the priorities for the community with disabilities? So if you haven't asked your disability service groups like the Center for Independent Living or Lighthouse for the Blind or Catholic Charities, you may be missing really important information and that transition plan may not pick it up. And then finally, are there some technologies that can assist you, something like SAPFM? The important point to take away from this is to do something. Don't be caught when USDOJ or USDOT comes in and you've done nothing by way of planning for accessibility. Do something. Have some methodology that they can assess and and find you in compliance. And again, Brad and I are the last people, and Urel too. We are not going to point fingers and talk about how crappy your transition plan is. But it's much easier to point fingers when there's nothing to look at all. Here are some other helpful ADA program resources. And y'all, let me tell you, we really struggled to pick just a few that we felt were easy to read, easy to understand, easy to implement. And so look at these 4 resources. The Title VI LAP page for FDOT has great sample statements and complaint procedures. We chose a best practices in transition planning report for NCHRP. There is an article on meeting ADA transition planning minimum attributes that you can look at from an AASHTO symposium, and then also the DOJ toolkit for state and local agencies, which is very good. And Brad, our very own Brad Bradley, has been developing a Q&A site for his ADA website. So when we get very common questions or things that are emerging issues for our local agencies, Brad will pop it in there, and you'll have a source where you can go to get the things that's on the answers for questions that's on most folks' minds. So please use these resources, or simply pick up the phone or email us and ask for help. We're always willing to do so. So you've got a little bit about the history and how we got here. And now it falls to me to talk a little bit about new construction and your responsibilities versus existing facilities and your responsibilities. So no matter what anyone has told you, sidewalks are not required by federal law. You do not have to construct them. You don't have to plan for them. There's no federal requirement that you do so. There is a presumption that new construction is fully compliant. So if you're putting a sidewalk or what we call a pedestrian access route where there is none, then the presumption is that you're going to fully comply with the standards that you're using for ADA. It is very difficult to argue technical infeasibility in new construction. Much easier when you've got an existing as-built environment that where you simply can't provide the accessibility. But in new construction, we presume you could have put it somewhere else, or you could have gone around it, or you could have moved it one street over. And so we're far less likely to buy into a technical infeasibility argument when it's new construction. Another thing that you should remember is when you've got a problem in new construction, right-of-way cannot be the go-to defense. So very often we'll hear, well, we would have provided that, but we couldn't because we didn't own the right-of-way. And then as we dig further into it, it turns out just to be a corner clip from a utility. At least pick up the phone when you're providing accessibility. So that's new construction. The presumption is much stronger that you're putting down a compliant facility. But the interesting thing is when you're altering a facility, when there's an existing facility, you're either altering it or you're performing maintenance on it. And the really cool thing about this is it's not triggered by the actual pedestrian facility at all. It's triggered by the adjacent roadway. So an alteration applies to the roadway. Anything that improves the overall usability of the roadway. And a good rule of thumb is if you're resurfacing where there's milling, it's automatically going to be considered an alteration. So if you're altering a roadway, the adjacent pedestrian facility has to have improved curb ramps at a minimum. So if there is no curb ramp, then you would provide one. If the curb ramp was non-compliant, you would upgrade it for compliance as part of that roadway resurfacing, and that's an alteration. On the other side, we have maintenance, and those are things that don't trigger ADA improvements. Just like alteration, though, it applies to the roadway, not the condition of the pedestrian facility. It's an activity that repairs one or more roadway deficiencies, by definition, pothole filling. So a good rule of thumb is if you're making repairs at discrete locations along a roadway, there's a better chance that it's maintenance. That same rule of thumb, if it involves milling, on the other hand, you are almost always dealing with an alteration, and you're going to have to install your curb cuts or improve your curb cuts. Now, y'all, that's all you have to do, and it's only within the scope of that alteration. Outside the scope of the alteration, you needn't touch the curb cuts or the ramps, and it doesn't apply to sidewalk condition. So at a minimum, you're going to be addressing curb cuts, but you're not necessarily going to be looking at cracks in the sidewalk that run adjacent to that roadway improvement. One of the things that DOJ and DOT did that was very helpful was to actually make a list of what they considered maintenance and what they considered alteration. If you've been in a lot of ADA trainings, you've seen this slide. We didn't invent it, we stole it from DOJ. But it gives you the list of various treatments. Most of these, well, a lot of these treatments are northern things that we don't do here in Florida and in Puerto Rico. But the important thing to remember about this is if you do a lot of different maintenance things together, then you may have automatically triggered an alteration. And the example DOJ gives us is chip seals and slurry seals. So in the same project, if you're doing a chip seal and a slurry seal, you have by definition done a cape seal, which is an alteration, and you're going to need to go to your curb cuts and make sure that they're compliant within the scope of that project. This is a kind of a neat little thing that FDOT did that takes you from the new project and you can work your way through whether something is maintenance or an alteration. The beauty about using these type of tools is that it gives you some defensibility. Brad and I have a very difficult time pointing fingers at you when you demonstrate your thought process. And so using something like this can be helpful. Even if you get the answer wrong at the end, we can say, well, you know, they had a methodology and this is how they applied it. But a tool for you to use if you're very, very confused about what your responsibilities are with a new project. Here's an example of what I mentioned earlier. So this is the after picture, not the before picture. You'll see that later. But this is where FDOT on US 27 provided a curb cut and detectable warnings at a marked crossing as part of the resurfacing of US 27. Prior to this project, there was no curb cut across 20 on either side. So it was a fairly large curb because there was drainage problems there. And we had a complaint from the senior center, and we said, hey, if y'all can hang on just 3 or 4 more months, we've got a project coming through that's going to take care of it. Now note, if you look to the top left, you're going to see that FDOT didn't address every little crack or cross slope issue. Because it was tied to that resurfacing, they touched their curb cuts and they made sure that their ramps were compliant. And that's what we expect. So now we're at a point where we've got a polling app, and we want to know, if you work for an agency, what do you use to comply with the ADA? Do you use the PROAG? Do you use ADAG? Are you using the state? And then I wrote, it depends on what we're trying to get away with. I am an awful person. Why would I say that?
Hey,
and then
Carrie.
the green book, or some crazy thing. Brad's crazy standards he made up in his head. What's that, Brad?
Hey, Carrie, we might at this point, for those who arrived a little late, mention to them that to take advantage of this polling app, you'll need to log into menti.com. And this information is provided in the chat window at the top, but it's menti.com. That's menti.com. Oh, sorry. And the code, access code is 6769265.
Yep, if you click on the chat on your right and where it says public, you'll see the website, which is menti.com. You can use your browser or you can use your phone and simply type in the code and you'll be able to do that. And I am going to switch it over to screen so that y'all can populate that. What standard does your organization use to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act? And so far, this is exactly what we would want to see. We see very, very high on the Florida design standards, it's 60%, and then another very high percentage on the state's Green Book, which is the Florida Green Book here. Some crazy thing my boss made up in his head, absolutely, it happens. I run into that all the time, especially with smaller agencies. The standards depend on what kind of money they've got to spend, and that's one of the reasons we want you to follow what's required in Florida and Puerto Rico, rather than trying to comply with minimums, because you're not going to make it. You're not going to be able to do it. Remember, if you're making your decisions on ADA based on your pocketbook, based on money, there's a good chance you're going to run afoul of accessibility requirements. Depends on what we're trying to get away with. Oh my goodness. Yep. So it happens. So we have local agencies, and I'm not going to say who, that say, well, you know, if we do the LAP program, then we're going to have to comply with ADA, and we're going to have to do all of this. So what we're going to do is discriminate on our own money, but we won't discriminate when we're using the state or the federal money. And that's one of the reasons we've got these standards. The ADA applies, period, because they're a government agency. The color of money doesn't matter. So it's very important to follow the follow the standards that are out there and not try and cherry pick ones that are going to get you out of the project the cheapest. Better to shorten the project and provide that accessibility than get in trouble later on. So it's very interesting. And again, maybe, and I don't know, but Brad, maybe this is because we've got so many engineers in the audience that we've got what is essentially the correct answers.
Yes, definitely. We see a heavy reliance upon the FDOT standard plans and guidance, and as well as the green book. So that's good to know.
Very good. Did we have any questions in the chat pod that we could? It looks like we've addressed all of them.
I was scanning those while you were talking. There's a question. The last question entered by Greg says, if you are a DOT, then yes, the DOT standards. However, if you're a Title II entity and not a DOT, then the 2010 standards are the enforceable standards. Well, definitely
No.
at the federal level, the absolute minimum to follow is the 2010 ADA standards for accessible design.
Yes, that's correct. But that's not going to, for most of our agencies here in Florida, that's simply not going to comply with what the state expectations are or the Green Book expectations are. So if Greg is saying that when Carrie comes in, he can only find a violation where it does not meet the 2010 standards, Greg is correct. That's true. I don't have the ability to find a violation of Florida requirements, but I am going to kick it to Brad, because at that point, or to Mary Ann, where we've got failure to comply with what the expectations are in the state. Ditto in Puerto Rico. The local agencies don't do as much sidewalk work there. It's usually the state, but then they turn it over to the locals is that right, Urel? They turn it over to the locals to maintain. And if they're maintaining only to the standards in the 2010 standards, then they're not in compliance with what Puerto Rico expects.
And Carrie, just a quick housekeeping. The chat pod, I guess any questions that appear in the chat pod are being moved by a moderator to the Q&A section of the platform. So if you have a question, please look or post it in the Q&A pod. And if it's just a chat, I guess put it in the chat pod. But Carrie, to answer your question about if there are any other questions, Michael is asking a question. What if resurfacing is part of an underground asset improvement? And my thoughts on that is that if the work affects the usability of the walking surface of a pedestrian access route, then the alterations provisions of the ADA are kicked in, and any necessary improvements or upgrades to meet criteria are in effect.
I'd agree with that, except I would say if the project being done is to affect the overall usability of the roadway, it kicks in. If the underground work has nothing to do with the roadway, I would argue that maybe you wouldn't need to do that.
And so then, I'm sorry. Jeremy's asking a question for an alteration to driveway crossings, or do driveway crossings need to be brought into compliance?
No, and we're going to get that there later today, Jeremy. We'll talk a lot about driveways and what the best way to handle it is, and then also what the minimum expectations are. But no, we're not going to expect you to touch every driveway within the scope of that project. Only the intersections, the curb ramps, or curb cuts if they need it.
And finally, we'll cover one last question here. Let's see, I lost it.
Was it Jenny? Jenny wanted to know, Jenny's saying if tracks in a sidewalk create hazards for individuals with disabilities, they need to be addressed. And Jenny's absolutely right.
Yes.
They should be addressed. The question is, are they legally required to be addressed based on resurfacing and the alteration? And the answer to that is no, not unless they're in the curb cut. There should be a robust maintenance program in any agency to make sure, not just for disabilities, but just for trip and fall. We have an aging state here. And let me tell you from experience, a trip and fall can quickly become a civil rights issue. Real quickly.
Okay, the last question that I was going to read is from Scott. Do the FDOT districts have someone internal responsible for updating SAPFIM once a project is completed, or should it be something consultants should consider? Well, FDOT doesn't require the use of SAPFIM. It was just a tool that FHWA and FDOT in partnership with FIU provided, because it was a response from a lot of comments that we received from a lot of our local agencies, is that they didn't have a tool to help facilitate the creation of a transition plan. So SAPFIM is just a tool that's out there, but it's not required by any entity.
Very
Do you have
good.
anything to add to that, Carrie?
No, that sounds very good. And then Marianne has put in some information about the applicability of the Green Book. It was hard for me to wrap my mind around this, y'all. I'm so used to talking about what the federal minimums are, and I do a lot of complaint investigation. But for most of our Floridians out there, if you're talking about a local road or a state road, there are standards that you have to follow, and those standards are the FDOT design standards or the Florida Green Book, and those are the things the state is looking at for compliance. Now, if a complaint's filed, I'm certainly going to have to follow the federal minimums, but the goal of this program is to stop us thinking so much about what minimums are and start talking about a consistent way of providing accessibility.
Carrie, we have a very intellectual group of attendees. They're asking some pretty good questions.
They're very good, and y'all, don't worry if we miss you. We're gonna make sure you get full answers to any questions that are asked in the chat pod. But right now, if you'll use the polling pod here, take a quick look, and here's where the resurfacing is. It's within the green lines. And if you know that within that project, you've got to provide a curb cut or upgrade your curb ramps as part of the resurfacing, which ones are you going to do? Is it going to be the ones in A, B, C, D, or more? So take a look at that and see what you think. In just a few more minutes, let's see what we've got. Oh, wow, y'all are really something else.
I think we see a lot of people who see what would be preferred ideally.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And when we asked this question for Marianne, she said the right answer should be all of it. and that is a really good answer, but the minimum there is going to be A and C. So if you voted for A and C, that's correct. If you voted for A, B, C, and D, we love you, and we certainly hope that you're able to do that. But at the end of the day, if you can only get A and C done as part of that resurfacing, then that's what it will be. And it looks like Jenny might have another. Oh, Greg said it depends on budget. Absolutely. This is one of those places where, hey, we simply don't have it. We can't stretch that far. We're going to do what we're required to do. And that's right, Greg. And then Jenny's got another question maybe, or a comment about ADA coordinators. Program access, of which sidewalks are a part. Jenny, I hope I made that point that yes, you've got responsibilities. The A, B, C, D's, and E of program requirements. Pedestrian rights of way is only one part of a much larger program. All right, so as with new construction, alterations mean providing accessibility to the maximum extent feasible, and it requires balancing. I think that goes back also to what Greg said a little bit earlier. The needs of the users, the constraints of the existing conditions, the available resources. And remember, the more you document, the more you try to follow your policies and document your decision making, the easier it's going to be for us to review it and say, hey, this makes sense. You've got to be careful with technical infeasibility. You can't just kind of say, oh, this is technically infeasible, this is not. You should have a policy, and you should try to apply it as consistently as you can. And please don't make right-of-way the defense for not providing accessibility. It shouldn't always be the defense. Clearly, if we're dealing with a building, we don't expect anyone to buy a building in order to provide accessibility. But if we're just talking about a corner clip for a utility, at least make that phone call and be able to demonstrate that you attempted to provide it. And remember what Greg said earlier, your budget can play a part in here. You're looking at what you can do with what you've got, but you never want to argue, we ain't doing it, we ain't got the money, because then we're going to look at your entire transportation budget to determine why you couldn't provide that one aspect of accessibility. But that does not mean that budget should not be an important consideration in your program.
And Carrie, something else that I've been told is that when you're dealing with a lack of right-of-way and you only need a little bit more to comply with the ADA, sometimes it doesn't involve a purchase of that portion of right-of-way at all. It may just be a simple agreement with the property owner that you indicate, hey, in order to meet ADA criteria and to be compliant, we need, X number of feet, or maybe 1.5 feet or whatever. And it might just be a right of entry agreement or some other, I guess, legal instrument. And there doesn't necessarily have to be an exchange of money.
Yep, absolutely. Avoid, again, I think I made that point, but legally, if you claim that you could not provide accessibility because of cost, the legal standard is to look at the entire transportation budget of the agency, and then what percentage of that or what part of that would have provided the accessibility. It's not a good, it should be a last go-to. And it's happened in the state. We've had agencies claim cost and win, and been able to sustain that, but more often they're unable to sustain it. So it's better to use arguments that don't really go to money. So let's see, before we move on to part 3, I don't think we're ready for a break yet, but let's see if there's anything in the chat pod, Brad, that we can address.
Yeah, I was just looking at one, and then it got shifted up.
God love Al. As a chair user, ANC would be unacceptable by putting my safety in front of oncoming traffic to push up the ramp. Al, God love you. From your mouth to everyone, to all local agencies' ears, we love that A, B, C, D, and E would be the go-to for at least half of our attendees see that as the right answer. So it's terrific. But at the end of the day, that's not where DOJ and DOT came down. I agree. It is unacceptable. Excellent. Is there anybody else that we missed? Jenny's thanking us for something. I'm not sure what. And then we talked about Greg's budget budget considerations. That's very important. And then again, Marianne, one of our best kept secrets here in the state of Florida. If you've got questions about the Green Book or its applicability to your project, please don't make a unilateral decision. Pick up the phone and ask her. She knows a great deal about it, and she's always willing to help. Oh, Juan, please don't install light poles in the middle of ramps. That's not a good practice, but we'll talk about it a little bit more down the road.
Right.
So we've talked a lot about, we say PROW, pedestrian rights of way, public rights of way, and we're used to saying that. But for the rest of the day, we want to kind of come up with a working definition and a working term, and we're going to use the one that is more consistent with accessibility, pedestrian access route, or PAR or PAR. And the definition is any continuous and unobstructed path of travel provided for pedestrians with disabilities, either as part of or coinciding with pedestrian facility. So that's what we're going to be working with as the definition for the rest of the day. And our focus again will be on the Florida requirements. PRHTA, that's the FDOT arm in Puerto Rico. They've adopted PROAG, so its standards are the Puerto Rico Design Standards and Specifications. We won't deal as much with Puerto Rico today because our audience is Florida, But we are going to constantly refer to the FDOT design standards and specifications and the Florida Green Book, and we're going to try and point out where they're inconsistent with PRHTA. But those are the things that we're training on today. So where do you find these things? Well, you're going to, after every module, we're going to list the actual sections that comply to what we're talking about. But for as an overall source, these are the links to the design manual, to the Florida standard plans, to the traffic engineering manual, Florida Green Book, and then also to PRHTA for those that are interested in the requirements for Puerto Rico. So those are the links for you. And you've got those in your PDF. If you think of accessibility programs as having 4 parts, and keep in mind that Jenny's right, we're talking about a whole lot more than just Title II and providing facilities. But you've got the application administration, which we've talked about, what agencies have to have. We've also talked about scoping, and that's what the activities that trigger mandatory accessible improvements like alterations and new constructions. The rest of the day, we're going to be talking about the technical elements, which are the project level requirements, whether you're a planner or you're a designer or a contractor. And then also supplementary requirements, which is stuff that maybe we should have thought of initially in developing our manuals, but we did not. So, a pedestrian access route. You're looking at a picture right now of the Florida Boom Sidewalk from the 1920s. It's in Homosassa, and it is flatter than a fritter. It makes me wonder, really, I'm not kidding. It makes you wonder what they did in the 20s to get such nice facilities. But a pedestrian access route is a sidewalk or a shared youth path can be a pedestrian access route. A street can be a pedestrian access route, as can an at-grade rail crossing. Vehicular and pedestrian bridges and tunnels can be pedestrian access routes. Curb ramps, blended transitions, detectable warnings are part of a pedestrian access route, as is elevators, lifts, doorways, and gates. Now, y'all, we're not going to deal with elevators, lifts, doorways, and gates. We're only going to talk about these today. If you're interested in the Florida Boom Sidewalk, I've provided a link for you. It's kind of an interesting little bit of Florida history that I thought was kind of cool. Now, when we talk about sidewalks in Florida, we're generally going to be talking about sidewalks and shared use paths, and they're going to be about 5 feet. And they're going to go up to whatever. I mean, they can go pretty wide. But here in Florida, the minimum requirement of a sidewalk width is going to be 5 feet. But the entire width isn't the pedestrian access route. So the pedestrian access route is the minimum of a 48-inch clear path of travel, and there are some exceptions for pinch points when you've got above ground utilities or other objects that are less than 24 inches in length. And hopefully, we won't belabor that, but hopefully you know that Brad and I are not nitpicking your pedestrian access route. There are going to be times where you simply can't provide a clear path of travel of 48 inches or more, and we understand that. We could never, ever design, construct, or maintain facilities if we can't accommodate the natural or existing built environment. It's not possible. So regardless of sidewalk width, your PIRs are going to be at least 48 inches. I've got 5 foot there, but of course that's the minimum for the sidewalk from back of curb. Isn't that right, Brad?
Yeah. The FDM provides a table of standard sidewalks widths, and 5 foot is the minimum depending on the context classification.
And then unobstructed width within medians and refuge islands. Again, I have it at 5 feet. Is that correct? Or really we're talking about a minimum of 48 inches?
Unobstructed width within medians and refuge islands.
I'm wondering if I made a mistake on the slide.
No, I think you're correct. 5 feet is the standard width.
And then a passing space of 5 by 5 is required every 200 feet if the pedestrian access route is less than 5 feet wide.
Yes.
So So 5 feet allows for 2 people to walk side by side or to pass each other, and it also provides enough turning room for wheelchairs. It permits 1 wheelchair and a companion, although it will not accommodate 2 wheelchairs where you would need 6 feet. And we believe it does allow for the use of a cane and a dog. The top of the curb, or what we call back of curb, the curb isn't included in functional sidewalk width. Rather, we say back of curb because it needs to be measured from behind the actual curb.
Yeah, not measured from the front face of curb.
Correct.
And Jeremy is asking a question: isn't the minimum at back of curb 6 feet? I think the information that we were trying to relay, Jeremy, is just that the standard sidewalk width is 5 feet. But I believe you're right. If the sidewalk abuts the back of curb, then I believe 6 foot is the minimum.
Did anybody just see that question? So is it 4 or 5? Now I can't find it. Because she's right. I'm confused. I've confused myself.
I'm not sure which question.
Well, is it 4 feet or 5 feet? What's the minimum pedestrian access route? And it looks like
well, the difference, I think, is maybe where the confusion is that we're talking about a sidewalk width versus the minimum pedestrian access route.
Correct. And one of them is 48 inches and the other is 5.
Right. And the access route, the pedestrian access route minimum is 4 feet. But we're talking about the DOT standard sidewalk width being 5 feet.
Super. Does that help? And it's my fault, y'all. And I've made a note. I've made a note to correct the slide.
And Carrie, did you see the question from Diana?
What was Diana's question?
Asking about trees. She says, trees are a big deal here in Florida to repair sidewalks and to fill sidewalk gaps. What is the DOJ and FDOT take on removing trees to provide sidewalk width?
We'll be able to talk about that, I think, a little later, Diana. We should be able to talk about that a bit later. We've got some examples. There are also some products that you can use. As far as I know, we've never actually ordered anyone to remove a tree to provide accessibility. There may be other ways around it. And certainly if that comes up, Diana, I would always call Brad. He would be my first call to can we design around that? Do we have to make everyone angry, the pedestrian and the people who care about the trees? And but she certainly is right.
And being located right here in Tallahassee, as you and I both are, Carrie, we've seen instances where the city of Tallahassee has gone to great length to save a particular oak tree that's maybe encroaching into the sidewalk, and they did that by providing, in some cases, a boardwalk. So they ramp up and they kind of work the boardwalk around the root structure that is encroaching into the sidewalk. So that's one of those workarounds that you were mentioning, Carrie.
And sometimes it's wood. There's some that make more flexible materials that can be used for that. But you're right. That's one of those things where help us help you design around it if you've got a question. And Brad's clarifying or said the minimum sidewalk standard width is 5, but minimum standard for unobstructed width is 48 inches, and he is correct. So thanks for restating that. My fault, Brad.
No problems at all. It's all good.
All right. Moving to obstructions to continuous width. And remember when I said that Brad and I don't sweat the small stuff? We don't sweat the small stuff. You know, you're missing an inch here or there. You're missing an inch here or there. These are very common examples, though. They're all from Florida. The first and third are actually the same stretch of roadway. So if you make it around one barrier, then you got a whole nother one that you've got to figure out how to make it around. And then you see a bus bench has been placed within the clear path of travel, and then the one on the right. These are y'all very common. So we talk about what the minimums are, and we talk about what we'd like to see. But the reality is that it's not unusual to see 12 and 13 inches or even less around facilities.
And Carrie, sometimes with regards to the bus benches, they'll just appear overnight with no permit or no expectation of any compliance at all. They'll just appear.
That's exactly right. So more obstructions to think about. So your live bait dealership and your cigarette signs probably shouldn't be in the pedestrian, the path of travel, the pedestrian access route, and that may be where you need to call in your code enforcement or your law enforcement to try and keep that from happening. You certainly don't want to get in your own way during construction. We'll talk more about temporary access routes, but in this particular case, there was simply nowhere to go because it had created an obstruction. Very often we have things like this that happen. They're not permanent obstructions, but they're there, and it's required the person using the mobility device to go into the street. And then, of course, very common in Florida, we've got really new construction right there on the ground, but then we've got palm fronds hanging down below below what would be an acceptable level. So other obstructions that we have to keep an eye on. So they, you think about obstructions, and they can come up in the, when we're planning, and they can come up in design, construction, maintenance, all sorts of places, and even in code enforcement. So we want to talk a little bit about the sidewalk zone system. Y'all, the sidewalk zone system has nothing to do with the ADA. It's not a requirement. It's simply a way of looking at a facility to determine what's supposed to go where. Is this the curb? Is it where we're going to put furniture or plantings? Are the pedestrians going to be there? How will storefronts interface with the sidewalks? And if you look at it, if you take a regular picture, and this is from Ebo City in Tampa, if you take a regular picture and you decide to identify it, you can see very clearly that the curb is there. And then we've got the furniture zone, which is there. Then where the people go, and that's the actual pedestrian zone or the pedestrian access route. And then we've got the frontage zone, and that's where the stores and the tables and whatnot are. So again, not a requirement, but it gives you kind of a practical way of looking at or designing for, maybe an urban landscape. I suppose it could be used in a non-urban landscape, but in an urban landscape, this gives us an idea of where we want our people and where we don't want them. And it looks like, Brad, we've got some questions from Jenny, and Christian's got a question about interlocking sidewalk joints.
Okay, well, Jenny is she's making the statement, all Title II entities are required. Is that the one you're talking about, Carrie?
I saw some stuff pop up and just making sure that we've covered them.
Okay, all Title II entities are required to get input from persons with disabilities when it comes to program access. We actually changed plans after a person with a wheelchair faced obstacles. So that's very good. Yes, you should always solicit information from those who are affected most by accessibility issues. Certainly.
Yeah, Jenny's terrific. Maybe we should add her to the team, because I think that is important.
Yeah.
That, the ADA accessibility is always going to be transparent. We're always going to be trying to pull the most information we can from the people that we're serving. So that's terrific. And then, do you see Christian's question about interlocking sidewalk joints? All right, I'll let you mull that over while we move on to surfaces. I love surfaces the most because I think this is the language that we all speak: firm, stable, and slip resistant. Planar and smooth. If you've got a change in level, it can't be greater than 1/4 of an inch, or if beveled, 1/2 inch. And you see some examples from around here in Florida of things that maybe aren't firm, stable, or slip resistant. Brad and I get asked a lot about using cobbles and pavers. If they're firm, stable, and slip resistant, go for it. But in many cases, like here, it moved when you walked on it. Other things that aren't firm, stable, or slip resistant, on the left, we've got a boardwalk where there isn't a lot of sunshine on one end, and therefore there's a buildup of mold and moss. It becomes a maintenance issue. But as Jenny will tell you, you're a little bit more, you're looking at a little bit more than just providing accessibility. You're also talking about the overall program. Is someone out there looking to make sure that that's a usable facility? You could easily trip and fall there. And then in the second picture, that's a pretty typical, this is not a very old piece of stretch of sidewalk, but the roots of a tree have popped it up about an inch, and that will catch a walker. It's going to catch a cane, it'll catch a walker, it'll catch someone's sandal or flip-flops, and you're dealing with an injury. And then sadly, on the last, this is in Puerto Rico and in Florida, this is our reality very often. It's difficult to call that firm, stable, and slip resistant. I had one with an alligator in it, but I don't know what happened to that picture.
Carrie, do you mind if we go ahead and address a couple of quick questions?
Not at all. I think we're at a good point for doing that, and we're still running just a tad ahead of schedule according to my internal clock.
Excellent, excellent. Well, Christian was asking, what is your opinion of interlocking sidewalk joints to prevent tripping hazards from uplifted sidewalk segments? To be honest with you, Christian, I don't have any experience with the use of interlocking sidewalk joints, but any type of product that is going to be serviceable over its usable life, in other words, it's got longevity and it's not going to deteriorate in a matter of months. I think anything anything on a state project must use something that's on the APL, the approved products list. But we're looking at securing an accessible route by not having trip hazards, and in the case of ADA criteria, the maximum vertical change in elevation at a location of a joint is 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
So that would be good. Carrie, you have anything to add?
Not at all. I also see that Priscilla's got questions about ADA mulch. Priscilla, I've seen stuff that isn't really mulch, but it's kind of a ground covering that's supposedly usable. If I imagine I'll get your email address as part of that, and we'll try to address that also as part of the Q&A, so you can see the various products that are out there. And then Michelle has a question about 48 inches for light poles and signal poles. Is there any exception? And we can either have Marianne or Brad address that now or wait, because it does come up again and again.
We'll address it now. The FDM for DOT projects, as well as the UAM, the Utility Accommodation Manual, both provide a provision for reduction down to 32 inches of width over a running length of 24 inches. But that is intended to be used discriminately and not systematically along the full length of a run of sidewalk. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Does to me. And then Michael is asking about historic sidewalks or a historic area where they've got very old pedestrian rights of way, and is it grandfathered? And of course, what we look at is whether changing it is going to change the historic nature of the facility. That's the test. And then is there accessibility elsewhere? Maybe that one sidewalk isn't fully accessible, but the one on the other side of the street is. So those are considerations, and sadly, they're ones that y'all have to make. You have to decide, what's the value there. I can tell you the city of Savannah has put a lot of money into their downtown, making it accessible. And I doubt it. I don't know if it was the result of lawsuits, but I know that there's less money if people can't walk on their sidewalks and can't access their sidewalks. They're far less likely to choose that as a vacation spot.
Well, Carrie, there's a lot of interest in the in a walking surface itself and what's considered firm, stable, and slip resistant. And I do think that definitely when we get to the section on temporary access routes, there might be a good opportunity to provide some other interesting tidbits and facts about what is a good temporary walking surface.
Yep, I agree. And I feel very strongly, again, that we're not going to sweat the small stuff. When we show you an example and it's a bad example, it's pretty bad. But these nuanced questions are very important too. And hopefully we can help you with those. Now, just quickly, we're going to talk about grade and cross slopes. You'll recall that under the 2010 standards, anything above 5% was a ramp, and 8.3% was the maximum grade, which forced y'all to chase grade. So you're constantly trying to keep it below that 8.3%. The FDOT design manual, the Florida Green Book, and the PROAG permit the walking surface to follow the existing grade of the roadway. This is a really big deal. We recognize the fact that those building standards simply didn't apply well to sidewalks, so that's an important point. However, there are some exceptions. It's got to be within the right of way of the roadway. It can't be a completely separate facility. Everywhere else, the maximum grade has to be 5%. And same as before, if it's over 5%, then it has a maximum slope of 8.3. So if it's not within the roadway right-of-way, you don't have that flexibility. Crosswalk grades are always 5% maximum. Cross slope is a maximum of 2%. 22% of all mobility devices in use today are manual wheelchairs, and the studies show that manual wheelchairs are about 1/5 as efficient as walking. Whenever you increase that cross slope exponentially, the effort is exponentially increased. It's difficult to navigate. It's going to pull the person into the direction of the slope, and that's usually going to be the street. So we spend a lot of time with cross slope. Now, have there been studies that indicate that 2% is way too low? Well, there have. We've read some that would suggest as high as 7% cross slope is perfectly navigable. But we have the studies I've seen haven't looked at long-term use of 7%. Is that just a few feet, or are we talking about blocks and blocks? And would that be possible? The studies also don't look at weather condition or sidewalk condition. Is there snow or ice, water? Does that change? So for now, 2% is the maximum. And we're going to switch back to the polling app. And why do you think the US DOT, as Jenny pointed out earlier, why is adoption of PROAG considered a strong practice for government agencies? And think about that. If you have not already registered for the Menti.com, it's in the chat pod at the top. You can see how to do that and how to put in your code. Maybe there you go.
There we go. That's only 14 people responding so far. Just a shout out to Kristen with the LTAP Center, but Menti is a really cool app, and it provides a great way to get audience feedback during a virtual presentation.
Oh, Patricia wanted some clarification on the 5% max crosswalk grade versus 2%. When we were talking about the 5% max crosswalk grade, we were talking about following the existing grade of the roadway, not the cross slope. So you may have very steep, I guess a very steep incline, but when you get to the crosswalk, the expectation is that the crosswalk will be at 5%. Is that right, Brad?
It's 5%. So the longitudinal roadway or vehicular way, it's the cross slope for the travel lane, 5% max at the cross slope, or excuse me, at the crossing, which that 5% travel lane cross slope translates into the running slope or the longitudinal slope of the pedestrian crossing. And then you also have limitations that we'll talk about in the upcoming portion that limit the longitudinal slope of the travel way or the cross slope of the pedestrian crossing at intersections. But we'll get into that with some good illustrations in an upcoming slide.
So it looks like about everyone who's going to vote has voted, and you're going to think I'm a dirty cheat, but all of these are really good reasons to adopt PROAG. That, you know, with the Access Board, you've got more people who actually have disabilities and more input by those with disabilities into the actual standards. So that's not a wrong answer. It requires wider sidewalks. Well, that's very important for complete streets and for bike ped policies that are pushing to wider sidewalks. It's intended for the pedestrian environment. Well, yes, that is why PROAG exists, because the ADAG was not that way. And there are too many standards. We only need one. That's not the wrong vote either. I think there are too many standards out there, and we should be all singing from one page of music. So they're all correct. If you were going to pick the most correct, it is intended for the pedestrian environment, and that's really why we're here today. But they're all those are all correct answers.
And Carrie, there's a lot of questions coming in about the cross slope of the vehicular way and the pedestrian crossing at intersections, and we are going to address that in the next, I believe it's the next section.
It is.
So,
that's you, not me.
Yeah. So if you would just hold those questions until we get to that point, and if I don't do a good job of explaining it at that point, then do make the question again, and we'll address it.
Sounds good. And let's do another polling question. By my own clock, I'm running out of time. But using the polling app, identify how cross slopes impact those with mobility impairments. What do you think? Cross slopes of less than 2% cause ponding water. Along with Zumba and yoga, cross slope is a great cardio workout. That's a freebie. Excessive crop slopes pull wheelchair users down the slope, usually into the street. And then the lower the cross slope, the more unstable the surface for the elderly infirm. What's the right answer there?
Can I go with number 2?
What was number 2? I forgot.
That was the Zumba and yoga.
Oh, cross slope is a great cardio workout.
Yeah.
Y'all are clever. And it looks like about 92% of you got the correct answer with 66 voting, but it's still coming in. Excessive cross slopes are going to pull the user of a wheelchair or a walker or a cane. It's going to tend to pull them to the direction of the slope, which is usually going to be the street. And then that means whatever arm has, if they're in a manual chair, their arm has to work a whole lot harder to keep them on a straight path of travel. It's difficult. And for those of you who are critical of the few studies that are out there on that, I hear you. I've heard it from all sorts of folks. There is a dearth of real solid information about how long and how much cross slopes can be. But we're kind of in an environment where 2% is max at this point. We generally agree that less than 1% would cause ponding water. I'm certainly not going to argue with anybody on that, because here in Florida, we can pond water anywhere. Puerto Rico, too. So, very good. Oh, and Patricia, yeah, Patricia, hang on to that. Brad will talk a little bit more about that as we go on. And it looks like Greg and Joanne are hopping into to provide help. So which of the following features are not part of a pedestrian access route? Driveways, driveway aprons and turn-ins, flared sides of a curb ramp, stairs and escalators, frontage roads. What do you think? What's not part of a pedestrian access route? Whoops, I did the wrong thing. Sorry. Screen. And it looks like we've got more or less a split. The driveway aprons and the turn-ins still could be part of the pedestrian access route, but may not be compliant, as could be the flared sides of a curb ramp. Generally, stairs and escalators, no. Frontage zones, no. So those of you who guessed the last two are are correct. The frontage zone, of course, is part of the sidewalk system. It could be, I suppose, part of the pedestrian rights access route, but it shouldn't be. And then
Right.
stairs and escalators we're not including as part of the pedestrian access route. So very good. You'll notice that a lot of these don't have hard and fast answers, and there's a reason for that. We really want to see what your thought process is. And y'all are pretty cool. Jenny's got a question about, since what we're trying to do is get a person from one place to another place, isn't everything part of the pedestrian access route? Well, it's all part of the pedestrian environment, but the access route, of course, we're talking about is the clear path of travel. So let's say you're the public works director and you're responsible for construction and maintenance of city sidewalks. And in one area of town, residents put garbage cans on the sidewalk every Tuesday and they put lawn debris every Thursday. And many are also parking spare vehicles on the curb. What do you think you might do with something like that if this were to come to your attention? Don't do anything. It's not a public works issue. We work in transportation. We don't deal with that. Maybe we call the city police. You should ticket cars. The pavement's not thick enough. We cannot have them driving up onto the pavement. And then check to see if you have users in the area that are disabled. If not, who cares where they put their trash and their cars and their garbage cans? Or would you ask code or law enforcement to assist, because obstructing a pedestrian access route violates the ADA and creates tripping hazards? Thoughts?
Carrie, with about 85 people responding, it looks like they all have a good handle on this one.
Yeah, this is one where I think you might want to call for help. And even if it isn't within your bailiwick as the public works, I can tell you, your risk manager is certainly going to want to hear about it. So it's one of those things where you probably don't want to let it go, because not always people with disabilities. You end up with someone tripping and having a nail in their knee, and then you've got a big issue on your hands. So another example of where safety and accessibility kind of walk hand in hand. And then I think this is our final poll pod question for the introductory modules. The sidewalk zone system is a requirement of PRHTA. It is a practical way of designing urban accessible routes. It's a great idea for designing rural minor collectors. Or is it some nonsense that planners made up in their heads? And what do y'all think about that? And it looks like the majority of folks, except for one or two cynical folks about nonsense planners made up. Planners probably did make it up, but it is a practical way of looking at your urban area and designing an accessible route. It is not a requirement of the PRHTA. It's merely a construct to give us a good idea of how accessibility will work in any given location. So very good. Don't want to cut anybody off, but it looks like most everybody got the correct answer. And I think we're at a breaking point. I'm going to ask.
You have one more slide, I think, Carrie.
I do.
It's the resource page of where to find that information.
Oh, yes, that's important. Something's having a little technical glitch here.
Maybe advance forward one slide.
There it is. There we go.
Delay. Okay.
So y'all, for issues in Florida, for width and obstruction issues, you should go to the design standards as there, or the Green Book. You can go to the Green Book as referenced there. Surfaces are the same in grades and cross slopes as well, and they're not linked, but we did provide the actual links early on for you to be able to find that information.
So it sounds like it's a quick time for everyone to use the restroom or grab a cup of coffee or your favorite breakfast snack, right?
Yep, sounds like a good. And then when you come back, you'll have Brad, who is not a lawyer. He is he's an actual engineer. So hopefully, some of the more technical questions you'll be able to wrangle with.
So Carrie, the clock on my computer says it's 10:38. So shall we give them until maybe 10:45?
That sounds great.
Okay, so we'll see everyone back at 10:45. Carrie, have you made it back yet?
I'm back.
Hi there. My clock just turned over to 10:45, and we did want to take an opportunity now before we start the next module to try to address any outstanding questions that that our attendees may have. And I don't really see anything new unless I'm overlooking it. I do see several that are asking about the information of cross slopes and longitudinal slopes at intersections and at pedestrian crossings, which we are going to address in the course of this module. Do you see anything else, Carrie?
I'm working through a list. I'm at Christopher's question, which is a legal question about what's actionable in court under the federal or state requirements. So I'll just keep working on that.
Okay.
And it looks like the biggest question is Patricia's. Can you be more specific about the 5% in crosswalks for slopes?
Yes, and we will definitely address that a little bit more specifically during this next module. And Patricia, if I don't do a good job at answering that question, then do please chime in again, and I'll try to explain it another way. But it does get confusing, and I'm an engineer, so I'm not necessarily going to be the best one necessarily to communicate that information to you. And Kerry is a lawyer, so he's not necessarily going to be the best one to communicate things to you either. Kerry, that was a friendly jab.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was typing away.
Okay, well, while Kerry is addressing that legal question, I think in the interest of time, we'll go ahead and get started here with the next part of our presentation. This is pedestrian access routes continued. Specifically, we're going to be focusing on curb ramps and detectable warnings. Now, you may notice, or you may know this already, that the origin of curbs to begin with was primarily a drainage issue. It was meant to address drainage in an urban environment, or an environment that otherwise did not have enough right-of-way to provide ditches. So it needed a closed drainage system. And this resulted in the 1970s is when you first started seeing curb ramps appear. Primarily, that was a result of customer and residential needs, and not necessarily for an understanding of the Architectural Barriers Act. And earlier curb ramps really didn't follow any criteria necessarily, but they were just kind of roughly sloped to provide access up over the curb. It wouldn't be until the ADA was enacted in the early 90s that we started to employ more or less uniform standards for curb ramps. So a curb ramp removes the edge or curb barrier so pedestrians using mobility devices can access the sidewalk and can access the street from the sidewalk, and vice versa. Okay, on your screen you can see the definition for a parallel curb ramp, and that a parallel curb ramp is just simply a common reduction in elevation, if you will, along the length of a sidewalk from both directions. It leads down to a center level landing. And then you have a perpendicular curb ramp where the design of the ramp essentially makes a T shape relative to the street. And these commonly have flared sides with a level landing at the top. And you see that in the picture there. A blended transition is a condition where there is no curb and there's no elevation change at the interface between the street and the sidewalk. So the blended transition has to be identified for a low or no vision individual with detectable warning surfaces, which we're going to expand upon that idea in forthcoming slides. And I think I got a little bit ahead of myself, but the detectable warning is indicated there, and is a series of what's called truncated domes in a particular grid pattern. But we'll talk about all of these concepts throughout the remainder of this portion of the presentation. All right, this is the elements of a typical curb ramp. And you can see right there in the middle, in bright yellow, is the detectable warning, or the detectable warning surface. That is the indication to a low or no vision individual that they're about to interface with a vehicular way from the pedestrian access route. You can also see you've got the approaches that are identified there. You've got the level landing at the top of the ramp. You have the flared sides, and you've got the gutter with the detectable warning located at the back of the gutter. Okay, curb ramp grade. This will kind of address some of the questions that had come in through the Q&A pod earlier. But the least slope possible is preferred. Just because the ADA standards or the Florida Green Book or the FDM allow a maximum of up to 8.3% doesn't mean that we think every ramp should be designed to the maximum. In fact, you should provide the least slope possible to still maintain your criteria for the ramp. So 8.3 is an absolute maximum, and that anywhere that exceeds 8.3, unless it's a chasing grade situation, will definitely be a possible situation where you're non-compliant. So when you're chasing grade, as shown in the diagram there, you're trying to meet the ramp grade maximum of 8.3 with the slope of the longitudinal slope of the sidewalk that you're trying to access. And in Florida, thankfully, we don't have too many of these situations, although in places like Tallahassee, which has a lot of relief throughout the downtown urban area, Tallahassee is a city that was built on 7 hills, and they're pretty tall and steep hills too. So we probably, within the city of Tallahassee, we do encounter this quite a bit, but throughout the rest of the state, I would think that this would be a lot less common. But if you do run into that situation, you're only required to extend the ramp up to 15 feet in order to minimize the maximum grade of that ramp. Turning spaces and grade breaks. We wanted to note here that at the top of your ramps, we do require that a level landing be provided. A minimum dimension would be 4x4, but preferably the level landing would be the width of the ramp. So if the ramp is 5 feet, then the width of the level landing at the top should be 5 feet as well. And you want to have all grade breaks to be flush wherever they occur. Again, you're limited to a maximum change in elevation of 1/4 inch. Okay, let's see, I'm trying to advance 2 screens, so bear with me if there's a slight pause. But when you have a change of grade or the counter slope between the ramp, the curb ramp, and the adjacent roadway, let's say that if the roadway has a cross slope of 5% and the ramp has the maximum of 8.3, then the algebraic difference there is 13.3%. You're advised with the criteria not to exceed that maximum algebraic difference. However, it is recommended that if you're going to exceed 11%, then it's definitely a good practice or a best practice to provide a 2-foot long level landing between those grades. So between, separate the grades with a level landing in between to avoid that that instance that's shown on the screen where the footrest might grab the ground surface when it comes down the ramp. Okay, Carrie addressed this a little bit just recently in the last module, but curb ramp cross slope is limited to 2% max or 1 to 48. Now 1 to 48 actually calculates out to be 2.083%. We're not gonna, as Carrie said, we're not gonna try to gig you if you're not meeting the actual 0.083% part of that criteria. We understand that there's a practical approach to all of this, but to the extent that older standards might have allowed rounding of 2% to say maybe 2.4%, both Florida and Puerto Rico agree that that we need to try to hold as closely to the criteria as possible, because technically speaking, it is a violation if you exceed the 2% or 1 to 48. But we understand that there are some places, especially at the interface of new construction with old construction, that there are going to be some slight differences there. But those differences do need to be documented. And in the case of Florida DOT and local agencies that use the Florida Green Book, the method of documentation is a design variation. Perpendicular curb ramps. There's a image on the screen that shows the basic configuration of a perpendicular curb ramp. In this case, this is a curb ramp that has flared sides. And there's also a condition where you have curb returns. So it kind of defines the direction of the crosswalk, which is considered to be a best practice. Or a good practice, I should say. And here's an example of a curb return. You see on the right side of the sidewalk ramp there, the curb is perfectly in line with the crossing direction, which provides that physical cue for an individual who has no vision or low vision. Notice here, though, that the location of the detectable warning surface is within 5 feet from back of curb at its longest dimension. The picture on the right indicates how that is measured. But the detectable warning surface must be placed within 5 feet of the back of curb at its furthest point. So where you run into a situation where you can't meet that 5 foot, the recommendation is here that you would actually move the detectable warning surface to follow that radius return there. And the reason for that 5 foot minimum has to do with the crossing distance, because in this particular image that's on the screen, if let's say that dimension that's dimensioned greater than 5 feet, let's say it's 7 feet, and it's the same way on the other end of the crosswalk, then you've essentially extended the length of the crossing by 14 feet total, which increases the risk and exposure of the pedestrian to traffic for 14 feet longer than the crossing would otherwise be. Also, you have certain signal timing considerations to think about when you're placing your detectable warning surface, because ideally a person with low or no vision is going to be standing either on or directly behind the detectable warning surface. So if the detectable warning surface is 7 feet or more or greater than 5 feet from the back of curb, then the signal timing has to take that into account. And a lot of times I fear that that's not necessarily considered. Okay, this is a picture of a parallel ramp. You can see that the sidewalk drops down to a common depressed area, And notice the configuration of the detectable warning surfaces. The detectable warning surface here, the truncated domes, is aligned with the actual interface with the street, which is where it should be. I have seen cases when I've conducted quality assurance reviews in the districts with new construction that the detectable warning surface was actually, two of them were placed in a parallel ramp like this, and the location was at the bottom of each ramp. So the communication or the information that's being communicated with an individual with low or no vision, if the detectable warning surface is placed at the bottom of each ramp rather than how you see it on the screen here, is that they're about to interface with a vehicular way, which is not the case at all in that configuration. So I'm not sure if I don't think I did that justice with explaining it, but hopefully you get the idea that the detectable warning surface is intended to communicate to a low or no vision individual that it's essentially a stop sign. It's a stop sign for the pedestrian to understand that they are about to enter a vehicular way. So they should be attentive to the additional cues that are provided there, either the traffic sounds or the crossing signals, preferably an APS at that point.
Brad, we have a question about placement. You see there it's placed at back of curb or at the gutter. What does FDOT expect? Yeah, well, preferably if you can have that I guess transverse or perpendicular location right at the back of curb, that would be perfect. But the DOT standards, as we showed a few slides back, indicate that if you can place it, I guess, orthogonally if it's within 5 feet. But if the only orthogonal location is greater than 5 feet, then we do insist that you place it closer to the back of curb, either follow the curb return or the radius or some other method. But you definitely want to have that detectable warning surface within 5 feet of back of curb. Was there anything else, Carrie? No, sir. Okay, thank you. Now we're talking about blended transitions. Remember, a blended transition is where you don't have an elevation change between the pedestrian access route, typically at the sidewalk, and the street level. So since there's no elevation change, there's no curb, that would be an indication of that interface. The detectable warning surface has to be placed the full width of that pedestrian access route within the crossing markings as shown on the picture. Okay, detectable warnings. As you can see here on the screen, it's showing a grid of 4 different colors. You've got black, yellow, brick red, and looks like gray. Truncated domes are the only acceptable detectable warning surface for new construction. The color must contrast with the surrounding surface. In other words, you wouldn't want to put the black detectable warning surface on an asphalt walking surface. Likewise, you wouldn't want to put the red brick colored detectable warning on top of red brick pavers, and you wouldn't want to use the gray color on top of concrete. So that's why if you drive around Florida, especially on the state highway system, you'll see that the most commonly used detectable warning surface color is the safety yellow, because it definitely has high contrast with just about any walking surface and is readily recognized by most people for what it is. The third bullet there says you want to install it the full width, but no more than 2 inches from the ramp's pavement edge. So we have seen a lot of installations that it almost looks as though they used a piece of detectable warning surface that they had left over from another construction project, and it wasn't quite long enough, but they centered it in the ramp and called it good. But there was I don't know, 5 or 6 or 7 inches on each side of the detectable warning surface that wasn't filled with
with the truncated domes, and that of course presents a risk or a hazard for low or no vision individuals, that they might actually be able to step in that non-covered area and miss the communication of the stop sign completely. And the longitudinal width or depth of the detectable warning surface is definitely 2 feet or 24 inches measured from the back of curb. This next slide shows the dimensional requirements of the truncated domes, and we're not going to belabor this point because most, or in fact all products that are found on FDOT's APL are going to conform to these requirements, and really just about any place that sells these that are in compliant with ADA Title II should already be compliant with these dimensional requirements. The third bullet there brings out the point to stay away from blue. Blue happens to be the first color that an individual loses the ability to identify as they age. So blue, stay away from blue detectable warning surfaces. Let's see, there was another point I wanted to make on that particular slide. The contrasting color is a requirement, no matter how much your city council wants the detectable warning surface to blend in with the aesthetic or historical look of the area. With that in mind, avoid brick colored warnings on the same color brick pavers. I already mentioned that. And also you want to avoid the use of blue since it easily fades in strong sunlight. That was the point I wanted to make. It's the first color that we lose as aging adults. And 3, it tends to look like a shadow or a hole in the walking surface to those with low vision.
Hey, Brad, Tom asked a question about if you place the detectable warning incorrectly, could it be confusing to a guide dog? And I'm not sure how incorrectly the installation would be, but certainly color can appear to be more of a shadow or a hole if you're not careful with your color selection.
Sure, and to be honest with you, Carrie, I'm not familiar with the guide dogs training itself and how or if they're trained to respond to the detectable warning surface or not. Do you know that?
I do not. Does anyone know about, is there anyone who can help in the chat pod about guide dogs or service animals and detectable warning space dome placement?
Yeah, so the slide on the screen, as we consider if someone will be able to respond to that question, the slide on the screen is talking about not having overkill with detectable warning surfaces. In the case of PRHTA, that's Puerto Rico Highway Transportation Authority, the FDOT and the Florida Green Book require installation of these warnings on new construction and altered curb ramps and blended transitions for pedestrian street crossings. But what we want to convey with this information about curb ramps and detectable warnings is pay attention to the reason for the detectable warning surface. It's not something that we want you to install indiscriminately just at any place and call it good. But we want you to understand what the purpose of the detectable warning surface is. It's meant to identify the interface between the pedestrian access route and the vehicular way. So it is extremely important safety feature for those with low or no vision. So if they're put in indiscriminately, the configuration is not proper, or it does not extend the full width of the ramp or the crosswalk surface there, then you're putting a low or no vision individual in harm's way, because they may walk right past it and not realize it. So you need to understand what the purpose of the detectable warning surface is, and then that will help you, along with the guidance and the standard plans for DOT, will help you with placement. And if you have any questions about a situation, please reach out to me or to Carrie or to Urel in Puerto Rico, and we'd be happy to help as best we can. And especially if you can send us photos of your situation, then that will, you know, the old adage, a picture speaks 1,000 words. If you're able to send a photo of a situation, then we can probably provide better information in response. Okay, we're going to use the Manatee polling app here. Why is a level turning space so important to those with mobility impairments? And this is a good question because I didn't emphasize this in when I presented the need for a level landing at the top or bottom of the ramp. But why is it so important? Is it 1, because it improves the overall aesthetics of the ramp? 2, because maneuvering from one grade to a different one creates instability, especially for chair users? 3 says because without it, water will flow down the ramp. And 4, because it's nice to take a break before or after crossing a street. Okay, excellent. With a little more than 50 people responding at this point, Kiri, it looks like they're getting they already have a good idea of why it's so important. Because maneuvering from one grade to a different grade potentially will create instability. I don't know if you've ever had an opportunity to attempt to use a wheelchair, but certainly you know, you've only got 4 wheels, and the chair configuration itself is pretty rigid. So in other words, the wheels don't articulate at all with differences in grade or the ground relief. So that rigid frame can actually become pretty unstable at the interface between different grades. So that's why a level landing is so important, because at the top of the ramp, an individual will probably need to turn to the right or to the left, and you want them to do that as easily and safely as possible. So very good. With 125 people responding, we have 94% that are providing that. It is nice to take a break before or after a crossing a street, especially for some individuals who may be older or easily exhausted with all the use of their upper body for mobility. 2% chose without it, water will flow down the ramp. Even with it, water will flow down the ramp. So I think that was Kiri kind of being cynical when he created that polling question. It improves the overall aesthetics of the ramp, and that may be true as well in a lot of cases, but the best answer is definitely the maneuvering and stability answer. Going back to the slides. The next polling question is, the purpose of a detectable warning is to 1, provide a barrier to prevent wheelchairs from rolling into the street, or number 2, remind pedestrians to stop texting because they might be hit by a car. Number 3, indicate upcoming road work and the need to find an alternative route. Or number 4, advise those who are blind or low vision of the boundary between the sidewalk and the roadway. All right. With only 26 people responding at this time, 37 now. Everybody's getting the right answer here. Of course, the detectable warning is intended to advise those who are blind or have low vision of the boundary between the sidewalk, where they should be relatively safe, and the vehicular way or the roadway, where there's large vehicles moving at high rates of speed in some cases. So very good there. Moving back to the slides. This slide shows the resources that are available to address some of these topics, like curb ramp types, curb ramp technical requirements, and detectable warnings. And there are references there to the Florida Green Book, which of course local agencies are required to comply with. And then you've got on the state highway system, you've got the FDM and the standard plans to address those categories of situations. That brings us to part 5, crossings and communication. in this picture, Carrie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's probably in Florida. I think or maybe it's in Puerto Rico because the ramp is shaded blue. Do you know where that is?
Yes, it's in Puerto Rico. Santurce, Urel, if you're on, I don't remember, but we talked to this gentleman who was very upfront about preferring to use the roadway rather than the sidewalk because of accessibility issues. And it's a dangerous roadway too.
Yeah, and that is that's on us, or that's on the agency, that we're providing a facility that the disabled don't want to use because it's not accessible. So we definitely want to make every effort we can to provide an accessible facility, all our services, programs, and activities. Interestingly enough, there in the middle of the picture is Patrick Gomez. He is he's with the Resource Center for FHWA out in Colorado. Isn't that right, Carrie?
Yes, he is. He is he's our technical specialist for ADA. He also does the designing accessible facilities for pedestrian facilities course, which is a 2-day course that he offers. But he went to Puerto Rico to help us with a review down there.
And each time I've been in a class that he is assisted in teaching, it's been in the summer, and he does all of the outside practical work in a shirt and tie. And a lot of times he'll have his jacket on still too, and it just makes me sweat just looking at him, knowing that he does all that out in the summer heat. All right, some definitions that we wanted to cover for this slide. Crosswalk is any part of the roadway that connects sidewalks on opposite sides, whether or not it's marked as a crosswalk. And of course, any portion that is marked as a crosswalk, obviously, is a crosswalk. Mid-block crossing is a marked crossing of a roadway at a non-intersection locations. These are commonly used on runs of roadway where the distance between the intersections, or the distance between adjoining intersections, could be excessive. And then here you see APS, Accessible Pedestrian Signal. This is a pedestrian signal that advises when to cross a street, but it advises in a non-visual manner, such as audible tones, speech messages, and vibro-tactile surfaces. If you've ever encountered one of these signals, the button itself might have a raised arrow on it. And in all cases for the APS, it either uses an audible tone, or it might use speech messages to indicate when it's safe to cross that particular crossing. So crossings, this is not just an ADA issue, but this obviously overlaps significantly with general pedestrian safety. And it's part of the Vision Zero approach for FDOT. It's very serious business. So for some of your crosswalk basics include obviously a crosswalk is part of the PAR, the pedestrian access route. And as with any other walking surface relative to the ADA, it must be firm, stable, and slip resistant. Now, this last bullet here on this slide will address a lot of those questions that were being asked earlier about the longitudinal grade versus the cross slope. You have to keep in mind that when you use terms like longitudinal grade and cross slope, those are dependent upon the direction of travel. So the longitudinal grade of the crosswalk is the cross slope of the vehicular lane, or vehicular travel lane. And likewise, the longitudinal grade of the vehicular travel lane is the cross slope of the crossing. So you have to kind of slow down and pay attention to those terms when you're looking at the criteria. And hopefully, if you can get a handle on what those terms are addressing, then hopefully it will make sense. But as you can see in the last bullet here, Cross slopes are limited to 2% max if it's controlled by a stop or yield condition, and 5% max. Now this is the cross slope of the pedestrian crosswalk, or it would be equal to the longitudinal grade of the vehicular travel lane. So it's limited to 2% if there's a stop or yield, and 5% if it's signalized or uncontrolled. And I'll go ahead and just kind of comment on those two sub bullets real quickly. The reason why you're limited to 2% if there's a stop or yield is because a vehicle driving up to that particular intersection, if they're going to stop or yield anyway, they're slowing down, then the pedestrian crosswalk can accommodate the pedestrian even better by maintaining a 2% cross slope at that location, because that's the car's longitudinal grade. And if they're slowing down and stopping, regardless of what the grades are on the approach and on the departure from that area, they can manage and maneuver through that 2% area of the crossing. However, if it's signalized or otherwise uncontrolled, in other words, if a vehicle could pass over that crossing on a green light, then the criteria limits the pedestrian crossing cross slope to 5%, because that would be the longitudinal grade of the cars as they approach that crossing. So let's say if they had a steeper approach grade, for example, maybe they're in Tallahassee or in an even more extreme condition, like out in San Francisco, where the approach grades to the crossing could be pretty severe. And if they approach that intersection on a green light or with an uncontrolled intersection, then they could be going through there at speed. And to suddenly go from whatever the approach grade is to 2%, could cause the vehicle to bottom out even at that location. So if they're going through a signalized with green or uncontrolled intersection, that's why they've said they want to limit it to 5%, because it allows a little bit more adjustment depending on how severe the approach grade is. Hopefully that explains what a lot of you were asking about earlier. And if it's still not clear, then please say so in the Q&A, and we'll try to address it a little bit more. Note the last sub bullet there says that you can keep or maintain the street grade for mid-block crossings. So that was something basically that PROAG I guess compromised with traffic operations engineers across the country, realizing that at mid-block crossings, it was going to be a much more difficult and potentially hazardous situation to try to adjust those crossing cross slopes, which equals the travelway longitudinal grade. To try to adjust them mid-block would be more troublesome. So that's where PROAG compromised and said that the street grade could be maintained for mid-block crossings. Okay, so when you provide a mid-block crossing, it must be designed and constructed, of course, and maintained so that they're accessible to those with disabilities. You can see possibly in the picture here, at least on the far side or the far end of the crossing at the top of the picture, the crossing, there is no curb ramp at that end. And I suspect that there's you can't see a curb ramp on the near side either. And neither is there an improved walking surface. It's just a grass covered median island. So if you're going to provide a crossing, then you have to provide ingress and egress into the crossing. Pavement markings should be detectable by cane. Usually that's the thermoplastic which has thickness, which is, believe it or not, is detectable by a person with low or no vision who is using a cane. They can tell the difference between an asphalt surface and that thermoplastic. The curb ramps must land within the crosswalk. In fact, the ramps have to be wholly contained, according to the MUTCD. A ramp has to be wholly contained within the crossing markings. And of course, they must be clear and unobstructed. Carrie, you did a good job with your modules when you were presenting them. I'm finding it difficult. It's more difficult doing it virtually because I'm getting no visual feedback from the audience, which you would have, of course, in an in-person setting. So
yeah, it's a lesson learned for us for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. This picture is provided straight out of Carrie's ADA complaint folder. You have a 2-lane divided with just over a mile between crossings. There's heavy ped and transit use in both directions, although it wasn't evident in the picture in the time the picture was taken. While the complaint came from a wheelchair user, it was really centered around the safety of transit users who were climbing over the median plantings. So conceivably a bus was stopping at a stop, and then there was no mid-block crossing. So that caused accessibility issues because it was, as the Carrie's note stated, over a mile between crossings at adjacent intersections. So you need to consider the proximity to significant locations and services when you're trying to identify when to install a mid-block crossing. You need to understand what the pedestrian demand, what are the generators and destinations for pedestrians? What's the crash history along this roadway? And of course, the distance between the crossings is important. And usually this will require an engineering study to determine the best places for a mid-block crossing. So enhancements, what kind of mitigation strategies can be deployed for a mid-block crossing situation that will increase, you want to do whatever you can to increase the crosswalk's visibility. And I want to keep in mind that these are not necessarily specifically ADA related, but this is where, as an earlier slide indicated, this is where ADA and safety overlap even more obviously. But you want to create for a mid-block crossing a visible crossing situation so that the approaching vehicles are aware that pedestrians may be in the roadway. One possible mitigation for this is to raise the elevation of the crosswalk. You can also use refuge islands, and there are a couple of different beacons that can be used, and we've seen these deployed successfully in a lot of different configurations. But you have the PHB, the pedestrian hybrid beacon, as well as the RRFB, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon. And another consideration for this type of situation might be a road diet. So you can kind of address the capacity of the roadway depending on what your pedestrian crossing demand is. You can also include street lighting, in-street signage, and curb extensions. And there's actually a road here in Tallahassee that I pass through this pedestrian crossing always during the day, or whenever I go through it, there's a low pedestrian demand. But some time ago, it may be a year or more ago now, I happened to go through it in the late evening, and it was already dark or nearly dark, and it happened to, as I approached the crossing, a pedestrian activated the in-pavement lighting and the RRFB, and boy, I tell you, the entire environment right there lit up like a lightning bolt. You had all these flashing RRFBs going off, and you had in-pavement lighting that it lit up. So it was definitely drew my attention immediately to the fact that a pedestrian was going to be crossing. So again, while this is not specific to ADA, we'd never want to trump safety for accessibility. So just keep that in mind. Safety is always going to trump accessibility when you have those kinds of situations. Okay, roundabouts. You may have seen that these are being more broadly deployed, especially and even on the state highway system in Florida. They're a terrific way of managing traffic flow, and their centers, excuse me, they're a terrific way of managing traffic flow, and their centers allow for landscaping, fountains, and other elements that are far more attractive than just traffic lights. And I've already indicated that they are being more broadly deployed even on the state highway system here in Florida. But they can be tricky for pedestrians. Speeds and volumes could be higher. One of the ideas of a roundabout is to lower speeds, and hopefully drivers are responding accordingly. But drivers are still somewhat less familiar with their use. And there's a tendency for the driver to focus on oncoming traffic, which is approaching from the left, rather than what might be happening to the right, which may be the pedestrian crossing area. So, especially with multi-lane roundabouts, pedestrians are exposed to moving traffic longer than in a traditional marked stops. In fact, it's continuous flow. So even in those situations, it might be warranted to use a traffic signal or beacon of some sort. The PHB or the RRFB might be there if your pedestrian volume warrants it. But if it's intimidating for your average pedestrian, then it's even that much worse for someone who is, or someone with a mobility, vision, or hearing impairment. So that's something to keep in mind at a roundabout. But you still must always provide compliant crosswalks and curb ramps, and you want to do that at least 20 feet from the entry point into the roundabout. Channelization islands at the approaches can also help to slow the vehicles down and also angles them more towards the right. So maybe they can begin looking that direction to see if they're going to encounter any pedestrians. And this last bullet here indicates that you don't want to indicate with any crosswalk markings or anything like that to and from the center island. The center island is not intended to be a place of refuge or a place where pedestrians are supposed to be. Okay, the next slide is going to show you. Okay. It's not the same. It's not the slide I was expecting, but for roundabouts, outgrade pedestrian cut-throughs should be provided at channelization islands, and you must have ADA compliant detectable warning surfaces. So there's nothing new here. It's just some treatments with the roundabouts that need to be considered and used that may not otherwise have been thought about, because the roundabouts are such a new intersection solution. Traffic control signals, as I've already mentioned, you got the PHB or potentially the RRFB, are sometimes used to help facilitate the pedestrian crossing or to meter the traffic. So again, the idea of a roundabout is to have continuous flow, and it's to have I guess it's to help vehicle throughput in the intersection. But you cannot neglect pedestrian safety at these situations, because it would definitely be a huge barrier if you have an apartment or a housing development on one side of this street and you've got the Publix or another grocery store or your CVS or drugstore on the other side. And if a pedestrian cannot easily traverse this location, then they're not getting the services and goods that they need. Okay, this is the slide that I was expecting. This shows the typical pavement markings for a crosswalk, but not all crosswalks are marked. I wanted to emphasize that point. Pavement marking is determined by the MUTCD and not by the ADA. So there have been some issues or some times when we've received complaints through the ADA channels of the condition of mid-block crossings, but the mid-block crossing is not governed by the ADA. It's actually governed by the MUTCD. So it's not an ADA violation at all, except for, of course, the ramps and the detectable warning surfaces. These are some photos of some interesting and creative treatments of pedestrian crossings. Some points that need to be considered by the designer when they're deploying these types of innovative crossing markings would be to recognize the tactility of the marking. Again, I emphasized earlier that a pedestrian cane can detect the difference between an asphalt and thermoplastic. You also want to make sure that you are making the pedestrians visible. I suspect that some of these, maybe the bottom picture here where you have a 3D effect, it looks like the ladder bars are floating over the surface of the roadway. That might become a distraction that would actually increase the potential exposure risk of a pedestrian, because the driver might be focusing on the floating ladder bars rather than the pedestrian. And of course, you want to communicate clear instructions, and you want to have drivers visible to pedestrians and pedestrians visible to drivers. So again, not solely an ADA issue, but more of just general pedestrian safety. And you also want to clearly understand how the crossing markings are going to be viewed in different lighting conditions, like day and night, and yeah, the MUTCD is the governing document for those types of situations. Special emphasis markings must be used at all signalized intersections, at mid-block crossings, and at school crossings. Note that the Green Book does not require the special emphasis pattern, the ladder, at signalized intersections, only the FDM. So the FDM is for state highway system intersections, and the Green Book would address local government roads, local and county roads. Pavement at the school crossings governed by FDOT speed zoning manual, which does not require special emphasis. So the pavement markings at school crossings on the state highway system that are governed by the DOT speed zoning manual do require special emphasis markings at school zones. So that's just a FYI to be aware of. Okay, pedestrian controls. Again, not purely an ADA issue. This is governed by the MUTCD section 4E.08. 4E08 governs the location of the pedestrian actuator button. Accessibility is important, but so are its usability and effectiveness. Keep in mind that this signal in totality is governing the interface between pedestrians with the vehicular path. So you want to make everything as usable and as easily understandable as possible, because poor installation, as the last bullet says there, poor installation and location can be deadly because it could be misused or misunderstood. Okay, for placement, again, governed by the MUTCD, it has to be placed, the button has to be placed at a height above the walking surface of 42 inches up to 48 inches. And that tolerance, if you will, from 42 to 48 is reflected in the DOT standard plans, where we actually say 3.5 feet or 42 inches, plus or minus 6 inches, which allows for 2 buttons to be placed on the same pole, but they can be offset within that 1 foot of difference there, depending on the mounting hardware and the dimensional tolerances that are needed. Okay, you want a level maneuvering space in front of the button. That almost stands to reason, but a lot of times you'll see that the engineering plans or the CEI, they don't ensure that a level pad is provided in front of the button. So imagine if the button is placed on the ramp itself or in an otherwise sloping sidewalk area, and if they're in a wheelchair, a person will, release the wheel to press the button, and of course they start to slide down the slope at the same time. So you want to provide a level landing pad in front of the button, and that information is provided on the standard plans. I believe it's index 522 if I'm not mistaken, but it's in the 500 series. And you want the button face as well as the sign above it to be mounted parallel to the direction of pedestrian travel. This is probably, Carrie, would you agree, this is probably the most commonly misunderstood provisions of the MUTCD and the Florida DOT guidance?
Yeah, absolutely. We found both on state roadways, local roadways, every single district in this state of incorrect signage, which is it's perpendicular to the path of travel, or the button doesn't correspond to the correct to the correct signal. So it's a common issue, and I don't know where the breakdown is, whether it's at construction or later maintenance, but it seems to be a lot broader a problem that you might think.
Right, and you'll see now in the FDOT standard plans that will be effective January 1st of 2021. You'll see that the index that governs the placement of signs and button orientation has been improved upon. So hopefully that will be a better communication, and we'll see the orientation of the buttons and the signs improve over time. All right, on this slide, Kerry, when he put this presentation together, provided some illustrations from the MUTCD. These are from the 09 MUTCD with some of the figures that are proposed changes to the MUTCD that are nearing approval. And these are provided as examples of appropriate push button location relative to the curb ramp configuration. You would want to have them near the top of the curb ramp with a level maneuvering area in front of the button. Note that the push buttons should not be more than 5 feet from the outside edge of the marked crossing. However, separate push buttons for the different directions of crossing should be at least 10 feet apart. Must be unobstructed, level all-weather surfaces in front of the buttons. And again, the button face as well as the sign should be parallel with the path of travel for the pedestrian crossing. So like it says in the blue box there, setting the requirements aside, think about how a pedestrian is going to use and navigate a particular intersection. And we want to make their ability to use that crossing as simple as possible. We want to communicate to them the information about the buttons and how they work and what street crossing they are for. We want to make that information exchange as clearly as possible. So again, not purely an ADA issue, but it definitely overlaps between ADA and safety. Accessible pedestrian signal, APS. We've talked about this a little bit before, but it's a pedestrian signal and it may have a button, or it may be actuated passively. It may have a passive detection system, but it ultimately provides information in a non-visual format. It incorporates both audible information, such as speech messages, or just a tone. And then there are vibrotactile indicators. You can see on that sign, for example, on the slide, that the arrow indicating the direction of crossing appears to be raised so that it can be felt. And in some cases, you'll have a vibrotactile button for the pedestrian push button that will vibrate to indicate that the call has been issued. The third bullet there says or states that you want to clearly indicate which pedestrian crossing is being served by each device. Again, that stands to reason. Engineers who are laying out the plans for intersections and pedestrian crossings need to think carefully about navigating the intersection and what can be done within the criteria allowances to make it as simple and easy as possible. And the MUTC reference is provided there, 4E.09 through 4E.13. This slide shows some examples of accessible pedestrian signals. You'll want to note that the different products, the different vendors provide them different configurations, but ultimately they have a lot of the similar features. Of course, you'll have to have a speaker that can issue either the audible tone or the speech messages. The button equipment, the second picture from the left, the blue one, actually has a map, if you will, of the crossing relative to the number of lanes. So you can see that an individual, if they're standing at the bottom of that tactile map, they have 4 lanes of traffic approaching from the left, and then they have 3 lanes of traffic approaching from the right, and then they have the curb. So that prepares an individual with low or no vision to understand, first of all, where their points of conflict will be coming from, and gives them a rough idea of the distance that they'll have to cross. So I thought that was a pretty innovative use by that particular vendor. Okay, so are APSs required in the state of Florida? Well, the Green Book is silent on APS and refers users to the Access Board, which the Access Board would probably point to the PROAG document, which tends to require installation requires installation at every signalized intersection. The FDOT has a method for evaluating the installation of APS, and that's in the Traffic Engineering Manual, Section 3.7. But the FDM now, and Carrie, you might want to make a note of this for this slide. We should be showing the FDM reference here instead of the TEM. But the FDM now requires that all new and reconstructed mast arm and signal assemblies that they be made pre-ready for the installation of APS. So anytime that there's a new or reconstructed signalized intersection on the state highway system, the FDM now requires that all necessary hardware and wiring be pre-installed, even if the APS has not been requested necessarily at that particular location. All the equipment and wiring will already be in place so that the APS can be installed within a matter of days and weeks instead of months and years if it's requested at that location. So that was a great advancement that you'll see in the FDM that's effective January of 2021. And APS is covered in the PROAG section R209.1. Hey, I'm trying to advance the slide and there it goes. So we're going to use the Manatee app again. I know you probably have become accustomed to this now, but we're going to use Manatee app and we're going to respond to this. The city of AppMat is installing artistic crosswalks at schools to raise awareness of pedestrian safety. This is considered to be A, a super idea, colorful and interesting. Or B, it's dumb. We want peds out of the street, not playing in traffic. C, a clear violation of the MUTCD. Or D, perfectly okay, it still has longitudinal thermoplastic. So go ahead and respond to that. Kiri, while they were responding, was there any question that we might need to address?
There are a handful of questions, but I was keeping kind of a beady eye on the time because we've got more to get through. I'm answering them as I can.
Okay.
But again, for everybody, we are going to answer all your questions, including the ones that require additional research to get answers to. We had a couple of pretty good questions about pedestrian, service animals, and then another one about how people with low or no vision know how many lanes they're crossing. So those are things that we'll be responding to.
Okay. So we've got over 100 respondents now to the polling question, and we see that a vast majority have chosen the option that it's perfectly okay. It still has longitudinal thermoplastic. The second mostly chosen response was a clear violation of the MUTCD. And then you've got 11% showing a super idea, colorful and interesting. Yeah, it is colorful and interesting. I don't know necessarily if it's considered to be a clear violation of the MUTCD or not. I think
my boss says it
is. Your boss says it is?
Yep. There's no doubt.
Go ahead.
No doubt in his mind that it's a violation. Of course, on the ADA side, I'm looking at I'm looking at ADA considerations more than MUTCD.
So, very interesting situation there. And if you have any questions about that, I would definitely reach out on the state highway system, reach out to the district traffic operations office. And if it's a local or county road, then you want to reach out to the appropriate agency there to find out how to proceed. Back to the slides. We have another polling app question. Your sidewalk project will end on the north side. Let me advance the slide here, get a little bit more detail. Okay, the project will end on the north side of A Street. A Street is running east and west there, with 2 new curb ramps and detectable warnings. There are no sidewalks to the east or south, but there is a goat trail to the south. There's your goat trail. Continued sidewalks are planned, but not programmed. But not programmed for this or next year. What should you do? A, do. The project limits are at A Street. There's nothing to do. Or B, extend boundaries enough to provide a ramp and landing to the south. C, don't install curb cuts until there is a marked crossing and continuing sidewalk. Or D, at least provide a curb cut and landing to the east and south. So take the next 30 seconds or so and provide your responses. And while you're working on your responses there, just some talking points for this particular polling question is you never want to leave anyone in the street without a safe egress. So if you have a sidewalk and a ramp down on one side and you're providing a crosswalk, then there should at least be a ramp and a level landing on the other side to receive them so that they can get out of traffic. Sometimes this will take coordination with a different jurisdiction, because as the scenario indicated, the work was being done on A Street alone, but there were some different, I guess, challenges of providing other features outside the limits of the work. So like I said, sometimes you'll have to coordinate with other jurisdictions, and sometimes you may need to adjust the limits of your project so that you can provide the necessary egress out of the street. Okay, Green Book, Chapter 8, Section B.1 says particular attention shall be given to pedestrian accommodations at the termini of each project. So the Green Book does address that and provides a little bit of guidance there in Section B.1 of Chapter 8. Okay, we have 50% of the people responding said at least provide a curb cut and landing to the east and south. So that's a very good response. The next majority said extend boundaries enough to provide a ramp and landing to the south. That's good. 3% do. The project limits are A Street. There's nothing to do. I don't know that that's necessarily the best answer, but it is an answer that we do see from time to time. And 16% said don't install curb cuts until there is a marked crossing and continuing sidewalk. Well, I think maybe we can all agree that we don't want to excuse me, we don't want to introduce a pedestrian into the vehicular way without giving them a means of egress or to get out of the vehicular way on the other end of the street.
Greg says it's different for different municipalities, but I will say we've been very consistent at Federal Highway about ending project limits. If there's a curb on the other side and the person can't get out of the street, we've always found a violation there.
Right. So any LAP funded project would still need to consider what Carrie just said. If they're receiving federal funding through the DOT LAP program, we'd like to see a ramp and a level landing on the other end of the crossing.
Especially if there's a curb, yeah.
This is the last slide of this particular module. It shows the resources in both the FDM and the Florida Green Book, and then there's some additional references there to the MUTCD and the some NCHRP reports. So all that will be available for you in the PDF. Carrie, has Yorel been able to rejoin us?
She's having tech issues, but she's sure making an effort.
Oh, bless her heart. I know she's having difficulties because she is trying to remote in from San Juan, Puerto Rico, and they're having connectivity issues. Well, Carrie, do you want to take the lead here?
I'd be happy to. So what we wanted to do is include a module on things that we've seen going on around the state that might be considered emerging issues for accessibility. And the first one is stuff that involves new technology, for example, electronic vehicle fueling stations. And there are no hard and fast rules for what that's supposed to look like. What we can tell you is that it's easier to plan for access than it is to retrofit later. The electronic vehicle charging statement is part of the equipment, the stall, the path, all of it is part of the pedestrian access route and the movable part. Not just the movable part. You've got Title II and Title III that might apply. So if you place these on a public property, then Title II would apply. But we've had instances where we've got government placing them in private locations where Title III would apply. In the absence of specific Florida or Puerto Rico standards, you can always fall back on the 2010 standards for reach ranges, which is at Section 308, and operable parts, which is at Section 309.
And Carrie, we actually addressed the electric vehicle charging stations in the ADA Q&A portion of our website. So if you're interested in that information, it's available in the Q&A.
That's right. So take a look at that. And again, I don't think that that Green Book or the Florida Design Manual or the Access Board can foresee or speak to every situation that may come up. But we are seeing a lot of emphasis on things like dockless scooters and bikes and Uber and Lyft, and these items are sometimes left right in the middle of the pedestrian access route at a curb or right in the middle of the sidewalk, or your Uber person is pulling up onto the sidewalk and then just hanging out waiting for their
rider.
Call. Yeah. We've also had with this with COVID, we've seen things that we haven't seen as much in the past. If you look at the top right picture there, you will see this is a popular bar in Tallahassee, and the students just, and most of them aren't wearing masks, but they just kind of flooded out onto the sidewalk. You couldn't, you can't get to the pedestrian buttons in order to cross the street. Also, we've got things like parklets, which I had never even heard the word, but it's apparently creating public space by consuming some of the outdoor parking spaces. All of these things may come up in your area, and the important thing isn't necessarily to say, are we complying with the ADAG or with the 2000 or with the PROAG, but rather to say, are we being reasonable? Are we being accommodated? Are we assuring that there's a usable space that's accessible to everyone? Is there a clear path of travel? Are we going to run someone over with a vehicle? And I think those are more important questions than worrying about whether you've complied with a particular standard that may not even exist for the situation at hand.
And Carrie, to use one of your southernisms on that last slide, the picture at the top, you couldn't stir them students with a stick, could you?
You certainly could, and this was our Title VI coordinator who took this, and she was appalled because she knows that it's not terribly far from an assisted living facility, and how would they ever manage to get to those buttons? And if you were, let's say you were an older person using a walker or something, that's an intimidating crowd. I'm not even sure I would want to go that way. So a little bit of a concern, things that we didn't even think about this time last year. Remember that it's not always the actual facility itself that causes accessibility. Jenny's pointed out several times that you have to look at accessibility as a program, and that's broader than just the facility in question. Nature sometimes imposes. Safety has to be the primary concern. Access takes a backseat, but it's a close backseat. Try to be aware of accessibility, but prioritize your action reasonably. What would you do in the situation in the top left? Well, this is something that that a call to maintenance or checking the maintenance schedule might address. And then the top right, this is in Santurce near Puerto Rico's headquarters, and things are down in the wake of a hurricane. This is about a week after the hurricane, but again, you're prioritizing your response the best that you can. Then you've got things that would clearly be code violations, and then you've got alligators, and my goodness, you're just going to have to let them move along, or call it animal control. But there are things that aren't necessarily facility related that are gonna pop up from time to time. And no matter how well you design your drainage in Florida and in Puerto Rico, we're going to get rain that's just biblical, and it's not going to be accessible for anybody, much less those using accessibility tools. So detectable warnings, there's a lot of questions. We get a lot of questions on when do you replace them? When are they required to be replaced as part of your resurfacing? When should you just leave them in place? And we're hoping to give some practical advice that doesn't make you kind of have to scramble constantly to the standards, or to come up with something that may not, a policy that may not fit every situation. We are not generally going to question your documented judgment. And I want to repeat that. Your documented judgment, your methodology for doing something is yours. And sometimes you might be wrong, but we're less likely to question it if you're proceeding consistently and your methodology is very clearly spelled out. With the exception of LAP, you have to decide when facilities are no longer accessible. Federal Highway is not breathing down your neck, and nor is FDOT. We discourage ADA decisions based on cost. We've brought that up before. If you've got a reason, specify it. But if it's cost, remember you're getting into a crazy legal area that could end up really going against you. In the case of detectable warnings, don't remove an otherwise usable tactile surface simply because the standards have changed or there's an expectation that you're eventually going to upgrade it. So these are four curb cuts, curb ramps that I took pictures of both in Puerto Rico and Florida, and this is what my assessment is. The bottom right, I would recommend replacing because the domes have lost their tactility. You can no longer detect them because they're too worn in the middle. The one on the right, it's still tactical and it remains usable and tactile. I would say keep it if your funding is tight. That is not one I would choose to replace if I didn't have the funds. This was never sufficient warning. These are just cuts into the concrete. Nobody using a cane nowadays would be able to determine that that's an edge cue anymore. So that would have to be you would have to overtop that if it's otherwise compliant. You'd have to overtop that with some sort of detectable warning, truncated domes.
And that's to say nothing about the drop off there, and the slope of that concrete.
Yeah. I should have maybe put the wording over it a little better. So the color blue is not an edge cue or detectable by cane. If you've been in parts of Puerto Rico, you will see that they have painted the curb ramps blue, but not provided any other detectable warning. It's not wrong to paint your curb ramps blue, but you still need to have your truncated domes and detectable warnings. That is not a sufficient. That's not a sufficient detectable warning. We had a lot of questions earlier about driveway turnouts. No, there is no requirement that you rush out and because, you know, Florida has a lot of platted communities, and those platted communities may have many hundreds of miles of sidewalks with driveways running through them, and they're no longer compliant because the driveways have excessive cross slope, and maybe the sidewalk itself has excessive cross slopes. You need a plan for addressing this. This is certainly something you might want to address as a policy decision for your transition plan, when you're going to do it, how you're going to do it. But we don't expect you to do that as part of your ordinary resurfacing and your ordinary maintenance programs. Looking here, sometimes you're going to end up being very lucky. You're going to have a nice, firm a sidewalk and the wonderful, you've got a nice paved surface there, or paved driveway surface, and it's perfectly compliant, and you're very lucky. And then sometimes you're going to end up, well, you know, it ain't great, but they've clearly redone their driveway with pavers or some sort of stone surface, probably cost as much as gold, and they're not going to want you tearing that up. And it's not bad. And then you end up with situations where the cross slope is terrible and it needs to be replaced, but it is just asphalt. It's probably not going to cost an arm and a leg, and your homeowner is probably going to be more amenable there. And then you've got ones like that are that the last one, and in fact that is a 15.6% cross slope there, and that's a yikes situation where you know, you've got a problem and you're going to need to be able to address it. This is what they should look like, the one on the right, not the one on the left, but what they should have is a walk around like that. With a 48-inch width for the pedestrian access route and a maximum of a 2% cross slope. And that's the best of both worlds. But again, many of you in communities here in Florida would be looking at, I can't even imagine the amount of work that would go into something like that, not to mention money. On the left, you'll see other places along the same area where we don't have the walk around. And obviously the cross slope there goes very dramatically from whatever it is, you know, 2 to 4% to, you know, 17, 18, 20% in some cases, which is going to pull folks right into the road. Sorry, y'all, it advanced too far. At-grade rail crossings is a problem in Florida. A lot of our agencies are very intimidated by going to the rail companies. They're worried that if they go to, that it will cost them a fortune if the rail company bothers to answer the phone. So sometimes you end up with a situation like in the top photo, where the city simply pours the pedestrian access route into the roadway, allows the roadway to become the accessible route. The person then crosses the railroad tracks, hopefully safely, and then gets back on the sidewalk on the other side. This isn't ideal. It really is better to work with the railroad so that you have a continuous pedestrian access route. If you're trying to work with a railroad and you can't, for whatever reason, they're not answering the phone or they don't want to work with you, I hope you'll give us a call. We have pretty good contacts in the rail office here in Florida, but also with Federal Rail, and we'll help you push the issue if you're trying to provide accessibility and you can't. This is a matter of safety, not only accessibility. It may be perfectly lawful that the pedestrian access route is in the road, but do you really want to route your pedestrians into a roadway if you don't have to? We mentioned this a little bit earlier. I think Greg weighed in on this as well, based on some things that he saw in Oregon. The fact is that in Florida, we've got some major inconsistencies, and it's all over the state. And in some places, it's very, very strange. You could be trying to cross International Drive, and you're looking at the sign for a completely different road. If we're going to be wrong, we need to be consistently wrong. We can't have it both ways. So do keep an eye on your contractors. Make sure that maintenance is not making changes to signage that's going to put people in danger. Brad, do you want to take this, because you've seen some really good stuff in accessibility and work zones here in Florida? It is a risk area for both FDOT and Federal Highway and for local agencies. The most vulnerable folks are pedestrians and cyclists. And it's another place where we
Carrie.
We see pedestrian accessibility and safety go hand in hand there.
That's right, and I'm not sure if it's addressed in a later slide with a good picture. Trying to zoom through on an adjacent monitor, but yeah, we've run into a lot of misunderstanding, let's say, of the contractor or maybe even the engineer's design plans, where they don't understand that if you're closing a pedestrian access route, then you have to provide a temporary access route, preferably on the same side of the street. But if you're going to deviate, if you have to deviate because of existing conditions to a different area, then it needs to be clearly marked, and the temporary access route has to be easy to find. In the MUTCD section 6D and 6G, you need to have a delineated and usable, stable, continuous travel path. And for lack of knowing if there's a better picture of it later on, we have seen a product called Moby Mats that have been used very successfully by at least one of the DOT districts. I think it was District 5 that used MobiMat to essentially it's a like a stiff nylon, if you will, roll, almost like a carpet roll, but it's a real stiff surface, and it provides that firm, stable, and slip resistant surface that's required by the ADA over otherwise.
There we go.
Yeah, you just went past. There it is. Upper right corner is I think the Moby Mat. Thank you, Carrie.
And in the bottom right, they provided an asphalt path that was very nice. And then so these are very good examples that we've seen around the state.
But something to keep in mind is that the temporary access route still has to hold to the same slope criteria, the same cross slope, the same longitudinal running slope criteria as the permanent route. So you can't say, well, I'll just toss them up here on this hill. You have to still provide accessibility criteria for that temporary access route. You want to provide advanced notification of that closure to the sidewalk. For example, if you're closing off the sidewalk along an urban city block, but the closure occurs at one end, you want to provide signage at the other end so that an individual, especially an individual with a mobility impairment, doesn't have to walk the full length of that block only to find out that they have to turn around and go back the entire length of the block to get to a safe crossing. But you want to make sure that we're talking about continuous accessible route along the full length. Detectability must be full width, and you want to keep it, as I said earlier, on the same side of the street as the disrupted route to the maximum extent possible. This is some examples of some no-nos when it comes to delineating temporary pedestrian access routes through construction zones. You don't want to rely just on cones or barrels or tape. None of those things are going to be effective at all, and will probably cause the potential for more injury than not. So what we recommend with the DOT is to use LEDs, longitudinal or LCDs. I'm sorry, not LEDs. Those are lights. We recommend LCDs, longitudinal channelizing devices. Okay, Carrie already commented on some of these pictures here.
The top right, Brad, is very often used for beach access, but some of our contractors in Central Florida have really had good success with it in really high ped travel areas.
Right. Yeah, I think where we saw this particular one is where the temporary route was over an otherwise unimproved walking surface, but the MobiMat, as long as it's properly anchored down at its endpoints, was a very good solution, and we noted it as a best practice.
I did talk to the inspector, and y'all, it's liable to the same thing that the cones and barrels are. People will kick it over, it will pop up. You're still got to do that regular maintenance and those checks of your MOT every day to make sure that it's still accessible and safe. But it is very nice.
Carrie, did you want me to continue on, or are you wanting to address this slide?
This picture is in Pensacola, and those nice ladies, even though I can't prove it because I was running too, but so they moved that sidewalk closed sign and they pushed it over and they pushed it into the marsh there. And I'm not saying they did it, but I think they did do it. And then anyone using it ends up having to go a half a mile down the road before they realize that they're going to have to turn around and come back. If you're in a wheelchair, this would be a real pain. And I'm sorry, clearly they did not want to run around the sidewalk closed sign, but it's there for a reason. Pedestrians, though, are unpredictable. We don't know what they're going to do, and that's why it's really important to make sure that our projects are scrutinized for temporary accessibility. And Brad, I'll kick it back to you.
Okay, boarding and alighting areas for buses. These are not required for flush shoulder stops that are marked only by a sign. So the boarding and alighting criteria does not apply in that situation. If you have benches and shelters, then the boarding and alighting area is required. Benches and shelters are an amenity that can't be provided only for your ambulatory individuals. So if you're providing the benches and shelters, then it needs to be accessible for those with mobility disabilities as well. A B&A area provides a raised roadside platform that's compatible with the kneeling bus or extended ramps. Now, we've had a question from a municipality just recently within the past day or two asking questions about the boarding and alighting. And the reason why FDOT guidance currently shows putting in or installing a curb even on a flush shoulder roadway at these bus stops that provide benches and shelters is because the ramp that extends from the bus needs to still maintain an accessible slope for the individual in a wheelchair who's trying to board the bus or alight from the bus. So the reason for adding the curb is to provide that elevation difference so that if you kind of think about it visually, so that the slope of the ramp that is extending out of the bus's doorway and landing on the boarding and alighting surface, if that surface is already up 6 inches from the roadway surface, then the slope into that doorway is going to be less. Okay, the boarding and alighting surface, as always, must be firm, stable, and slip resistant. And the dimensions perpendicular to the curb or perpendicular to the curb line are 8 feet, and then 5 feet parallel to the roadway. And you want to have it must be what's considered by the ADA flat, which is 1 to 48 or 2% in any direction. Carrie, I think there's a typo there. It says 2-inch max slope. I think that should be a percentage.
Got it. Making a note now. Thank you.
Perfect. And there's the 5-foot dimension parallel to the curb, and the slope can match the adjacent roadway. Okay, you want to construct at the shoulder break on flush shoulder roadways. Again, DOT guidance provides some information there on how to take advantage of a curb there for that bus ramp slope. You place it at the edge of the shoulder for posted speed less than or equal to 45 miles per hour. You want to locate bus stops near intersections with sidewalk access, because you don't want to essentially dump out a pedestrian, kind of like one of those pictures from Carrie's complaint file where the adjacent intersections were over a mile apart, and if you dump them out, mid-block, then the individual is going to have a long way to go. So you need to consider your bus stop locations accordingly. The B&A area, the boarding and alighting area, must be connected to a sidewalk system or to the roadway when no sidewalk is present. And somebody did make a comment in the Q&A earlier about, well, isn't the roadway considered a pedestrian access route when there are no sidewalks? And Carrie, do you know the specific wording of that particular to address that?
I'm sorry, Brad, I wasn't listening to you.
Oh, I said that an earlier question in the Q&A pod made the comment or asked the question, isn't the roadway to be used as the pedestrian access route in the absence of a sidewalk?
Oh, right. I think Greg brought that up, and we've had a few other people. That's right. In the absence of a pedestrian facility, the roadway becomes the pedestrian access route. That's correct.
Right. Thank you, Carrie. And you want to always provide detectable warning surfaces where your boarding and alighting area connects to the sidewalk to the roadway at grade. So that would be like either at the bottom of the ramp or a blended transition condition. And here's a picture of a bus shelter. Notice that the bench does not extend the full width of the shelter, but there is an amount of space there on the end. And I forget exactly what the dimension is. I want to say, for some reason, I'm wanting to say 36 inches, but that's, you want to check the guidance in the FDM specifically. But that's so that a person with a wheelchair can sit shoulder to shoulder with a companion, or not, maybe just be under the shelter as an individual. The size of the pad will vary based on the right-of-way, line of sight, and what this facility is used for, and really on the dimensions of the shelter. Larger shelters will require a larger concrete pad. You want to position these amenities, though, outside of the pedestrian access route. You cannot reduce the unobstructed pedestrian access route width. And where possible, you can provide some provisions for a bike rack at these locations. Okay, something happened with my screen. Okay, there it is. It's better now. Benches must have a firm, stable, slip-resistant surface of 30 inches wide by 48 inches deep. Again, I already mentioned that the wheelchair user should be able to sit next to the bench so that they could sit shoulder to shoulder with a companion. And there must be a connection, an improved surface, if you will, between the bench, sidewalk, and or bus boarding and alighting area. And as necessary, of course, you need to have appropriate coordination between the transportation agency and the public transit providers. This will become even more important based on the bus equipment that's being utilized. Some transit providers have the kneeling buses, some have a ramp that extends out, and some have buses that do both. So depending on what type of equipment is being used by the transit provider, it might warrant some tweaking or some modification of the guidance. And keep in mind that the guidance provided in the FDM and in the standard plans and any other DOT document is primarily intended for facilities on the state highway system. So if a local or if a local jurisdiction is utilizing the state guidance, then there's probably a need for additional consideration to make sure that it doesn't need to be tweaked somewhat to fit your particular situation. Okay, Urel, do you want to take over from this point? I saw your picture. You're
I'm back.
Reconnected.
Do you hear me?
You're back. Welcome. Yes, we can hear you. We missed you.
I was struggling, but I was here all the time.
Okay.
Okay, so let me see. This is a part of the on-street parking. It is important in the urban environment for the success of those retail businesses that line the street to provide a buffer for the pedestrians and to help calm traffic speed. So you have to consider back-in parking when proposing angle on street parking. Okay.
That's got to be in Puerto Rico, Urel. I've never seen that truck in Florida.
I don't know where it is.
It's Key West.
Oh, it is Key West. It is Florida. My bad.
Yes. So this is kind of this is not from no. Okay. It's like I cannot slide this one. It's a pretty car.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, the on-street parking generally allowed on facilities with both speed 30 miles minus 30 miles 35 miles per hour may either parallel or angle ensure adequate clear side and tied-ups on street parking selected should depend on general function, width of the street, adjacent land use, traffic volume, and existing and anticipated traffic operation. Do you want to explain that, Brett?
Sure. This is the list of resources that that address some of these topics that we just addressed in the previous module. You have the electric vehicle charging stations that's addressed in the Florida Green Book, and as well as the ADA Q&A, and there's some other information or guidance provided by the Florida Building Code. Then you have driveways and turnouts, vertical clearance and protrusions, and then at-grade rail crossings. And that was a question, I think, that I saw some time ago in the pod about detectable warning surfaces, but they are required to be used at-grade rail crossings as well as crossings with just regular car vehicle travel. Okay, and here's some, the resources continue to address the temporary accessible routes. For example, like at construction zones, pay close attention to the MUTCD that addresses a lot of those situations there. Then you have the boarding and alighting areas for transit that's addressed in the FDM and the Florida Green Book. Benches, shelters, and bus stops are addressed in those two documents. And then you have on-street parking information. And then notice that under the other category for on-street parking, you have references to the Florida statutes. Okay, Carrie, I forget who's gonna lead this module, or we're gonna have a discussion here about.
I think they're at a break point.
Yeah, it's going to be a break,
Okay,
and then we are going to talk about the deplorable.
That's right, deplorables. So
we have just enough time. Things are clicking along.
Yeah, so it's 12:30 now. Let's take a flat 5 minutes. So we'll be back at 12:35, and we'll take up the last module of this training, and we'll discuss some pictures that we've encountered. Okay, Carrie and Urel, have you guys made it back yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
And I'm here too.
Excellent, excellent.
So let's continue and start with the deplorable part. So, as Carrie and Brad explained, the main purpose of the ADA is achieve accessibility and enable users to travel independently. But although the presumption is always going to be that the construction is fully compliant, the reality for many, many reasons becomes different. You are going to use the Manatee application with this next slide. Okay, let me share the screen. So, these 3 locations are in the same roadway. What issues do you see?
And you're just going to use the short answers to see if you can see what the issues are. It's a very popular tourist location for Florida. A lot of shops and restaurants. What might the barrier to accessibility be here?
No detectable warning.
That's true. There are no detectable warnings. What else? So far, every one of these is correct, but some are more correct than others.
Yeah, bumpy as heck. Yeah, that's my thought.
Heck.
Yep.
And there are no detectable warnings, and that's true.
Yeah, it's a pretty well done pathway, but
it's lovely.
Yeah, it's very aesthetic.
Nice. Yeah,
lovely. But the fact is, there's no curb cut.
No.
You have no way of getting into the road or out of the road, and we're clearly in an area where we want pedestrians. And
we see brick pavers used quite often because a lot of municipalities like the look of them, and I agree, they are very aesthetically appealing. However, they become a maintenance nightmare because those joints or the pavers settle relative to each other, and if they create a vertical elevation change of more than 1/4 of an inch, then now suddenly you're non-compliant. But even
surface.
Go ahead.
No. That you are not in compliance with the surface.
Right. Exactly. And as one person said, it's bumpy as heck. So if you've got an individual who's had a head, neck, or back injury, then you're potentially imposing quite a bit of pain on the individual rather than providing a smooth surface.
Exactly.
And if y'all don't know where this is, y'all would be shocked if I told you where this is. It's a place where we've got people coming from all over the world. And unfortunately, if they're in a wheelchair, there simply is no way. And it's not like those are there and then there's another accessible route. There is no accessible route, or was none. This is all changed in the last few years.
Okay, let's continue. Okay. As they say, the pedestrian access should be continuous and unobstructed. The continuous width should be at least 5 feet. So as you can see in these photos, there is no clear path, and it is too narrow. The left sidewalk have an excessive cross slope, and although the rail crossing looks pretty good, the railroad gate is just on the middle of the path, so it's going to be almost impossible for a person, for example, in a wheelchair, to cross, or other example, a person with a vision impairment could easily slip over the shore or hit the pole.
That's right.
Yeah, and if you go a little further past the railroad tracks on the right, there is an assisted living facility. Behind this picture is the only Publix in the area. I have never been able to figure out on either side of the road how people manage to get to that Publix. Again, this is an area in southeast Florida. It's a county roadway. In this particular case, we've got temporary accessibility. They're doing some sort of maintenance there, but the barrels are right in the middle of the path of travel, and there's inadequate signage. They're linked, but there's no way to detect them.
We may have lost Kerry there. I think what he was saying is there's no way to detect the barrels or in between the barrels by cane. So having the tape is not an acceptable longitudinal channelization device. I think we can go to the next slide here. Kerry, let me know when you get back on. For this one, we're going to use Manatee, but both pictures are the same intersection on two sides, both facing the same direction. So what are some issues that you see here? And actually, I think we lost Kristen too, because I don't see her screen share for the Manatee. So I guess if you guys are able to reconnect, Kerry, Urel, or Kristen, is anybody hearing me?
Brad?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I wondered if I was in a desert somewhere.
Yeah, Kristen just logged in back again.
Okay.
And we're missing Kerry.
Oh. All right. Well, if Kristen, if you're able to get us to the Manatee app, we'll go back to that. But in the meantime, we'll just progress on. You can see here on the picture on the right, it looks like the ramp slope, the sidewalk ramp or the curb ramp is very, very, very significant slope there, and you might cause an issue with the footrest of the wheelchair as you try to access the crossing there. On the left picture, it looks like the sidewalk itself has pretty severe cross slope, and in both cases, I don't see detectable warning strips at all. Plus, you have a drainage grate in the picture on the right and the picture of the left that are may interfere with a pedestrian's ability to use those crossings. So there's a number of things that need to be looked at those locations.
Can you hear me now, Brad?
Yes, I can hear you, Urel.
Okay.
You're back?
Thank you for your backup.
Sure. I think we lost Kerry too, Urel.
I know.
So
okay.
do you want to go from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course. Okay. The questions here are these ADA issues, are these safety issues, and who addresses issues like this? In both Puerto Rico and Florida, we have a tropical weather, so the foliage grows fast. There are tropical storms, and of course, the maintenance of the green area do not become necessarily a priority. But we must be clear that safety should be our primary concern. So to provide accessibility, we must ensure security. Do you see the slide or not? Can you see the slide?
No, I can't see the slides anymore.
Right, no. Okay, so.
There they are.
Okay, let's continue. So, is this an ADA issue? Well, it could be an ADA issue because anyone can obviously see that the crossing in the sidewalk is very difficult for anyone with that foliage. It is safe. It is a safety issue, of course it is. And who is responsible? I think that this is a shared responsibility and obligation to all of us, because if you have those foliage or those trees in your house and you can cut them, waiting and for example to the municipality to do it, it's going to take like a long time. And about the garbage can, you maybe can put it on the grass because the sidewalk is a public area, and maybe they recollect the garbage at night, but maybe someone wants to run at night. So I think it's a shared responsibility. It's not like a one person issue. Then this is a place in Puerto Rico. This been a project. They renew the sidewalk. But the problem is when there is a project it is important to understand and remember that the goal is to provide a safe area, provide accessibility to what was in place prior to the activity. So in this specifically place, they made a great sidewalk, was in compliance, of course, but they create a barrier for the owner of the building, so they cannot go up because they put that like a stair over there. Mm-hmm.
There's an elevation change at the interface between the sidewalk.
Yes,
yeah,
like a lot. Yes. Okay, let's do another Manatee.
Actually, Urel, Kristen, I don't think has.
I am back.
Oh. Okay.
She's back too.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure.
Don't worry. So. Okay. Can we all see it? Can you tell me what's wrong here?
Yeah, so using the Manatee app, just provide a short answer as to what kind of accessibility issues you might identify here in this picture. Yep, scooters were left parked in the route. Yep.
Yes.
Blocking the sidewalk. The scooters definitely are reducing the usable width of the pedestrian access route.
Like scooters for hazard. Blocking the park route. Temporary slope. Traction.
Yes, good.
Yes,
I agree with all of these.
Yes. Yes. And it's very funny, but because on the signage it says share the road, but it's ironic, but because you can share the road, but not the sidewalk, apparently. So all the answers are great. Let's continue.
That's right.
Okay, let's play again. Can you tell me what do you think it's wrong with this APS? Let's see.
Urel, just so you know, Kiri texted me and said that Chrome is giving him an error message. So he was about to have to leave anyway. So he won't be joining us.
Oh well. Yeah, he told us yesterday. No direction indicator, ground surface, side. Exactly. Yeah. Very good.
Yep. Button too small. That's excellent.
Yes.
I think it's supposed to be at least 2 inches in diameter.
And they should have the special features, the tactile thing, the sound, the vibration. Poor installation and signage can be a big problem. So accessibility is important, but so are usability and effectiveness. Okay, let's continue. Okay, in this part, what is wrong with the drainage?
I don't think we specifically addressed grates that are in the pedestrian access route during the course of the presentation.
I don't think
but hopefully people might see some potential accessibility issues in these pictures.
Yes.
Bye cane. That's right.
Yeah. Yes, wheels get stuck.
That's right. The grates should be perpendicular. That's right. They must be perpendicular to the direction of travel. That's right, because a wheelchair wheel may get stuck in them if they're parallel.
Exactly.
Good. Drainage grates within the PAR. That's right. Ideally, you would not like to have the drainage grates within the PAR. Try to move them out if you can. Trip hazard, no warning. Good. Yeah, these are really good. So I'm glad it looks like, Urel, that the attendees definitely have a good grasp on the types of things to be looking for accessibility.
They like.
Very good
like
responses.
The participation.
Yes.
So it's a matter of safety issues. Now this, okay. As you all know, discrimination can be defined as an unequal treatment of a person or a group of people, either intentionally, by negligence, or by the actions of or lack of actions. So in this sign, you can clearly see that there's a discrimination because they are limited pedestrian access, and we are we can see that they, for your safety and protection, no wheel devices allowed on the walkways of the bridge. But people in wheelchairs, those are the legs of the person, so they must be allowed to cross because. That's
right. They're being discriminated against very specifically with the red no access emblem.
The accessibility must be part of the inclusion. We are living in a world that is fighting daily for matter of inclusion. So this type of signage obviously is far away for the principal purpose.
Well, Urel, we are actually getting down. We're within about 7 minutes of our scheduled end time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I skip the Manatee for this one?
Yeah, I think we can just kind of go through and just kind of briefly talk about the pictures.
Okay. Perfect. This is a sidewalk. It's about 15 years old. Okay. As you can see, it's not a great design, did not violate FDOT standards, but it's not ideal for safety due to high vehicle speed and cyclists use the sidewalk. Okay. What else can we see here? That it does no legal. Well, I am sorry, I just skipped one.
Yeah,
legally,
here.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Urel, here, technically, it is non-compliant.
No.
But from a practical standpoint, unless you have long systemic lengths of sidewalk that are grossly out of tolerance, we're probably not going to necessarily find you in violation.
Yeah.
for targeted or discrete locations, just due to constructability issues, it's probably not going to be completely avoidable to run into some of these slopes like 2.7%. But if it's happening systemically along a long stretch, and there's no apparent reason why it's like that, then there might be something that we have to take a harder look at.
Yeah, but legally it's not okay, but it depends.
Right.
Okay, so what's wrong with the detectable warning? That it is not in their place, so anyone can fall or cause an accident.
That's right.
Okay. In this part, although the surface looks fine and overall it looks fine, if you see the photo on the end, this concrete abutment can cause that a wheelchair gets stuck, or someone can fall, or even make more difficult to anyone to get to the sidewalk. So it's not in compliance with the surface standards. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Then those two bridges were in Puerto Rico. They take in consideration at the time that there's a public residential project at the other side of the street, so they used for take the persons to their homes. But as you can see, there's present of a significant damage, not only because of the lack of maintenance, but because of the two big hurricanes that we have in 2017. So this actually, it's a matter of safety too. And also it doesn't comply with the ADA, because there's no way that a person in a wheelchair can get up in those stairs. So, but last year, both of them have been removed because of the safety issues. Okay. Here, people just prefer to get a shortcut.
Yeah, they made their own path here, Urel.
Yeah. It's really this a safe facility? Well, at least for them, but in the reality, it is not. So
Right. So this would be a place where the particular jurisdiction might want to consider putting in an improved surface, sidewalk.
So maybe it's accessible for them, but it's not safety.
Right.
And in this one, this was the senior center picture that Carrie was talking about.
Yes.
And the problem is that the ramp, it's in the side of the street. So you have to go through the street to go to the other side. So other matter of safety versus accessibility. On this particular one, we are about the cross slopes are a major problem for wheelchair users. According to the standards, the measurement cannot exceed 2.0%. If the cross slope is excessive, a person in a wheelchair can easily end in the middle of the street. If it meets RAP requirement, the fact that it's blue is not sufficient. Okay, if it did not meet the requirements, the fact that it's blue is not
it's not a deficiency.
Deficiency, yeah. Okay. However, painting features blue does not make them accessible. Okay.
Right.
Okay, that's what we are talking about, the historic side.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very great problem, because all the cities have city codes, and they have to ask for permissions, and it's clearly a problem. So you have to be very careful or make the historic sites accessible for everyone.
Hey, Urel, we've butted up to the 1 o'clock
Yeah.
on the clock. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna advance
go
through.
ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
They're basically the same problems about security and accessibility. So go ahead.
Okay. I apologize that our timing and a few technical issues and glitches, we've run out of time, but we did want to provide you with some contact information for Carrie and myself and Urel and Marianne Coos. She's the guru for the Florida Green Book. If you have any questions, please reach out to us with an email or a phone call. And as Carrie has mentioned throughout the presentation, we have kept a record, or we will have a record of everyone's questions and answers, or excuse me, everyone's questions, and we will provide answers and email those out. But please give us I don't know, several days to a week or so to be able to provide those answers, because we may have to research some of them to give an appropriate response. And let's see what's left here. Here's some more resources that you can access if you have any questions about anything that's been presented today. You've got the Florida LTAP, Local and Tribal Technical Assistance Program, and there's your contacts there. And a special thanks to Kristen Larson for helping us navigate through this virtual delivery. I don't think we could have done it without her. And special thanks to Sarasota and Manatee MPO for giving us an opportunity to provide this training in a pilot setting for our first virtual delivery. So thanks to all who helped make this happen. And again, if you have any questions, please post them in the Q&A, and that may be open for another several minutes, I would think. And anyway, I hope everyone has a great rest of their day. Thanks, Urel.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Brad, and thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.